25 seconds in count. We are still gold with about 30 seconds on count. Astronauts reported phase good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds in count. T-minus 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
The hills are alive in Salzburger land. Welcome to Zell See-Kaprun 70.3 and the 14th stop at the Ironman Pro Series. This is the last race before we enter World Championship season. Nestled between the pristine Lake Zell and the soaring peaks of the Austrian Alps, this is known as one of the most spectacularly scenic, albeit challenging, courses here on the 70.3 circuit. I'm Didi Griesbauer, joined in studio by Matt Lieto and Daniela Rief. Matt, welcome to Austria.
It's look at it. It's beautiful, Didi, and it's crunch time here in the 2025 Ironman Pro Series with Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun, and it's the first 14th stop in the series and last regular season race of the year. And nearly 100 pro athletes are out to claim some points before the Ironman World Championship events in Nice, France, and Kailua Kona, and the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Marbella, Spain, and no better place for them to do so.
Absolutely, Matt. There's a $50,000 prize purse on the line and a potential 2,500 Ironman Pro Series points up for grabs today, and a piece of the year-end $1.7 million prize purse, which will be awarded at the end of the series, which concludes with the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, Spain. Of course, here in Zell MC, this was the home of our 2015 Ironman 70.3 World Championship, where Jan Frodeno and our very own Daniela Rief were crowned champions. Daniela, welcome. Talk to us about this course and what type of athlete might thrive here today.
Yeah, thanks, Didi, for the intro. Today definitely, wetsuit swim, so it's a little bit of a benefit for the weaker swimmers. But I think the tough part about this course will be the hilly course. We're looking at 1,000 meters of climbing and some pretty technical descents. So you need to have a good combination of climbing well and some steep climbs, but then also the downhill, I think, will be very technical, and then also some flat parts where the strong athletes can also push in their aero position and go really, really fast. We are going to have a flat run, so I think the decision can still be done in the run, but the question is how much damage will the athletes get on this bike course?
That's right. Let's talk about our men's and women's field here. Our women's field, it's sort of a tale of two races. In our women's field today, we have 4 of our top 10 ranked athletes in the Ironman Pro Series competing here today. The men's race, a little bit different. A lot of our men focused on their Nice preparation. So talk about our men's field, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be fast. We have a lot of, I can't count the amount of Olympians that we have in the field here today, and some names that we might not recognize outside of the Pro Series that we've seen. Obviously, we have Jonas Hoffman that's had some great results, Fabian Kraft, and we see Nick Thompson out there as well. But we're going to see some names that some of the viewers aren't familiar with, and I promise there are going to be some pretty fast times.
Daniela, give us your thoughts on some of our pre-race favorites. Who are you looking at both in the men's and women's field? Before we get underway, I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, we do have a lot of short course distance athletes and lots of strong Germans, also coming from the Bundesliga racing. So they know how to deal with pain, and I think this race is going to be quite tough. There's also good in the skills on the bike. So I think someone like Fabian Kraft, but also Maximilian Sperl, but also Lasse Priester. So really strong athletes, very fast runners. So and as well, very fast swimmers. So I'm coming from the short distance. It definitely means they are very strong swimmers, and we might be able to see a big pack on the men's. Where on the women, we have the two top favorites also for the World Championship. And I think for them, it will be a great test to test their form. So Kat Matthews, the previous Pro Series winner from last year, against Solveig Lofset, the runner-up, fastest Ironman debut. And I think these two are definitely going to battle it out today. Next to Lisa Pertier, which is in racing in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, and if you talk about that battle between Solveig and Kat, obviously implications on the Ironman Pro Series. There's a lot up for grabs between those two, very close in the points. And Solveig obviously needs to get a good 70.3 score to be up there, but it's going to be a battle between them for sure.
Absolutely. Both of those athletes actually have some really, really strong scores on the board. I think both have qualified for the 70.3 World Championships in Marbella and are here because of the timing and for various reasons in their preparations for the Ironman World Championships in Kona in October, but also as a backup score, right?
Exactly.
This is how these athletes now think about their racing. It's not just about the performance on the day. It's a chess match of strategery
I like that.
all season long, where they're sort of saying, okay, let's throw in a race here just in case this is a race where I can perform. It's all about the points.
For sure. And if you talk about, Marbella, obviously at the end of the year being the biggest point score for 70.3 and trying to win a world championship, that's going to add a lot more pressure to that event if you're also depending on it for that score for the Ironman Pro Series. Obviously, they want those points, but it's, you want to be able to go for the win at a world championship, and knowing that you've got some points in the bag in case something goes wrong, if you blow up, or again, if you have a mechanical or something, it just takes a little bit of ease in your prep.
That's right. And of course, the men, Daniela, a lot of our top names in the Pro Series well into their Nice preparations. But we have a couple of athletes who are racing Nice who will be towing the line here today. But to your point, a lot of rising stars coming from short course. Talk about that dynamic and how some of those sort of long course, more diesel engines may fare against some of these young short course athletes.
Yeah, I think for the athletes racing Nice, we're 2 weeks out from Nice, so I think this will be this last really, really hard session. And I'm not sure, how to say, it's a bit of a risk, I would say. Like, you don't want to crash or have a sickness such as close to a big race. So I could see that they might use it as a training session and really just push hard and get that last test out before the big World Championship in Nice, where the young athletes, they have pretty much nothing to lose. They're going to go all out, and I'm sure they're going to also play a tactical role here. It's going to be a big swim group in the swim, and then also interesting how they will deal over the longer distance for them. So coming from the short distance, the 70.3 race distance feels actually quite long. So for them, it's going to be a long race, but they are able to push really, really hard. So for them, I would say it's a good race for them because it's quite steep, and also that means they're used to this lactate in their body from the short distance racing, and I think they're going definitely to feel some lactate today.
Excellent. As we take a look at some of these gorgeous scenics from our race venue here in Zell, See-Kaprun, let's take a look at our race weather presented by our friends at Roka. Temperatures 11 degrees Celsius, that's 52 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a little chilly, but as you can see, the sun is shining. Sure. Winds are very, very light, and water temperatures this morning indicate it will be a wetsuit swim for our age group athletes. Our water temperatures this morning, hold please, Scroll. 12 degrees Celsius, 54 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the air, and the water temperature is 19.7 degrees Celsius, 67.5 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so it's going to feel a little bit chilly, a little bit chilly getting in and getting out. But again, that sun is shining on Lake Zell. And Dee, I think all day I'm just going to be
Singing
commenting.
Sound of Music.
I might. It depends.
Bust
as
into
we
song.
go. Yeah, you know how I am. But just singing the praises of this. I mean, look at this. The aesthetic of this venue is unparalleled. And obviously the bike course is going to be amazing in the Austrian Alps. We're going to see a lot of action out there. But the geography of this location and, the town set at this beautiful lake at Zell is unreal.
And of course, we've talked about the Ironman Pro Series, 2,500 points up for grabs for our professional winners on both the men's and women's side. We had 88 pros registered, and we are going to head down to the local site now for our call-ups for our top 10 seeded athletes. Matt?
Yeah, we got bib number 1. That's Dominic Sueja, 22nd at 70.3 Geelong, 22nd at 70.3 Oceanside, hoping to move up a little bit with that bib number 1 today. Studied robotics and automation and works as an engineer. And that's bib number 4. That's Jonas Hoffman. Good start to the year with the 4th at Ironman South Africa and had the 2nd fastest run there. Watch for him to really show his run today. He's one of the class runners of the field. And then bib number 5, that's Fabian Kraft, coming off an impressive win at 70.3 European Championships at the start of July. He outran the front bike group with a 1:08. Ooh. Incredible, and 2 second-place finishes as well. Nick Thompson, best hair, best mustache in the field, no doubt. He had some great performances this year. Breakout race, 2nd at Ironman Cairns, and a great performance as 7th at Ironman Texas as well. Watch out for Nick Thompson. Bib number 8, that's Andrew Horsfall Turner. He's focused more on the longer distance stuff this year in South Africa and Texas, the first half of the year, but he's got some short course and half speed and very familiar with the front of the group at the swim. And then we got bib number 9, Cameron Main. He is coming off an injury, dented kind of his mid-season race plan, so he's had a big block where he's just trying to get fitness back in and rehab that injury, and he's been tweaking things around, but I think we're going to see some good things out of Cameron Main today. And then bib number 10, that's Milos Sawinski from Poland, 10th at Ironman South Africa, 37th at Venice Solo. Did not finish Frankfurt, but his recovery was difficult after South Africa. That's kind of impacted his season, but we're going to see him turn it around today maybe. And then Anthony Costas, the Tiger, he's coming out, first Frenchman to go sub-8 in an Ironman in 2017. He's got, he's a great swimmer. He's got the ability to have a very, very fast bike ride. He hasn't shown it so far this year, but from 2024 has shown that he has the ability to do so. Bib number 12, Maximilian Spurl. Illness in Oceanside and a bike crash prior to Roth had kept him from the first half of the season racing too well, but 2nd place at 7.3 Krakow with an all-around performance, and he's put in a big training block here for Zell, in St. Moritz, so we'll see some good things out of him today. And then bib number 13, Juan Ignacio Villarreal Cura from Spain, 15th at Ironman South Africa, 22nd at Ironman Frankfurt, 19th at Placid. He's been obviously focusing on those long course racing. We'll see if he's got the speed to keep up with the short course guys at 70.3 today.
That's great. A lot of new names there, a lot of fast names, young up-and-comers in our sport. Pivoting after the Olympics last year, coming up to middle distance racing should be quite a competition. As we take a look at our swim venue here at Lake Zell, let's take a look at our top 10 seeded athletes on the women's side. Wearing bib number 1 from Great Britain, this is Kat Matthews. Some of the best form of her career right now with some of the fastest Ironman times in history. 1 Ironman Texas, 2nd at Hamburg this year, just won 70.3 Swansea, currently sitting in 2nd place in the Ironman Pro Series. Wearing bib number 3 from Norway, it's Solveig Lovset. Her performance in Hamburg was overshadowed by that battle between Laura Philipp and Kath Matthews, but she had the fastest Ironman debut in history at 8:12. Just an incredible performance. She also won Ironman Lake Placid and was 3rd at Hamburg, 1st at 70.3 Venice Solo. Wearing bib number 4, this woman has had an extraordinary season, 3 podiums so far, big race performances at Ironman Lake Placid and at Texas. She is quite the long course athlete, so keep an eye on her as she continues her preparations for the World Championship. This is bib number 6 out of Germany. This is Laura Jansen coming off a podium in Kraschkau and a win at Walchsee where she ran her way to take the win, so she should be confident in picking up some more points here today. Wearing bib number 9 from Germany, this is Jenny Jędrzejczyk. In 2025, she was 9th at 70.3 Isolo and 7th at Ironman Hamburg. She made her debut at the Ironman distance race at her home there in Hamburg and was able to secure a slot to the Ironman World Championship later in October. Wearing bib number 10, all the way from New Zealand, this is Beck Clark. She kicked off her season at Ironman 70.3 Port Macquarie, which was changed to do a duathlon, taking away one of her bigger strengths. She had 4 months off of running due to a fracture. So that is going to hamper her run just a little bit. Wearing bib number 11 from France, Charlene Clavel. She's had a very solid year so far and is looking to race in one of the stronger fields that she has faced in her career. Wearing bib number 14 from Poland, this is Marta Wondrzewek. She was 2nd at the World Long Distance Triathlon Championships, and back in 2024, she was 2nd at Ironman 70.3 Warsaw and 2nd at 70.3 Gdynia. Wearing bib number 15 from Germany, this is Lena Meissner. She's had 3 podiums in her 4 races, including 2 in the Ironman Pro Series. She was 2nd at Ironman 70.3 Sweden and at Ironman 70.3 Venice Jesolo. And rounding out our top 10 seeded athletes, wearing bib number 16, this is Daisy Davies. She is a super swim bike combo, very, very strong at the start of the race. She was 5th at Ironman 70.3 Nice earlier this year. Of course, not drastically different than what these athletes will face today.
No, man, it's amazing men's and women's fields here today to race on this beautiful course here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. Didi, I think they're going to put on a show for us today.
Yeah, you think so? We better not blink because it's going to be over in a hurry. You know, this course not typically known for being super fast, but given the caliber of athletes we have in our field today, we're going to see some great, great racing both on the men's and women's side here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
An absolutely beautiful day here at Ironman 70.3 Zell MC Kaprun. Not too long till we see that cannon start our day off today, Didi.
That's right. This is the 14th stop in the Ironman Pro Series. We've got 2 slots for each gender up for grabs for the 70.3 World Championship and our event prize purse of $50,000. That's $7,500 to the men's winner, $7,500 to the women's winner. And as you can see, this is one spectacularly beautiful course. Matt, let's take our viewers through the course today for these athletes. Starting here in Austria, of course, just south of Salzburg in Zell MC, the Roca swim course consists of a 1.9 kilometer loop. It goes 935 meters out and takes a quick turn before heading all the way back to shore, where athletes will head into the Ruvi transition area.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful swim, heading in transition, and then obviously out onto the Zoot bike course. This bike course is a 90-kilometer, 56-mile loop with a total of 1,030 meters of altitude gain. That is a lot, and they're going to see a lot of that in that climb up to Hochnig with a subsequent descent that will be challenging, but a thrilling ride for sure. And the highest point of the route is in the Fatsatel. This mountain pass lies at 1,280 meters above sea level, and it's the Athlete Choice Award winner, a second best Ironman 70.3 bike course globally.
And then, of course, it's off to the Hoka run course, which is 21 kilometers or 13.1 miles. This 2-lap run takes athletes to the city center of Zell MC and then to Thumbersbach, the alternating quiet sections along the lake and then roaring applause of the spectators in the city center makes this running course truly unique. It is flat, and with some of the talent in our field today, we could see some extraordinary run splits as athletes make their way back to the red carpet and that magical finish line.
Yeah, absolutely magical finish line here again with this beautiful backdrop. Let's take a look at the Ironman Pro Series standings. We've got our top 10 up here. We got Leon Chevier in the lead currently. He's got one more race than a lot of the athletes behind him, but Marquardt, Blumenfeld, Hogan Hogg not too far behind. Then it starts to open up just a little bit, but we don't have anybody really in the top 10 here racing today. We're going to, obviously these athletes are gearing up for the World Championships in Nice, but a tight battle nonetheless.
And a little bit different story on our women's side. We have had a late withdrawal of Ann Reichman, who's currently sitting in 3rd place in the Pro Series. She is not feeling well today. She was scheduled to compete here. She will not be towing the line here this morning. Unfortunately, we hope she feels better soon. But we do have Kat Matthews, Solveig Lovset, and Laura Jansen will be looking to improve on her position as well. Lisa Perchier also racing here today. So a lot of our top women in the top 10 standings in our Pro Series will be competing here for more points today.
Yeah, and that's definitely a bummer about Ann Reichman, but making the right call. You know, she does have 2 70.3 scores already, so a little less impactful for her year. Definitely has that backup score already before she heads to Marbella, Spain. But definitely bummed not to see Ann on the start line today.
Yeah, it's too bad, but sometimes you need to see the forest for the trees and make the tough call today so that she can continue her preparations for the Ironman World Championships coming up in October. But so much exciting racing here today in Zell MC Kaprun.
So.
Yes, perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
and they are all lined up and getting ready to go, getting ready to get that release into the water as our male pro field, getting ready to jump into Lake Zell and do the thing that they've been training for the last little bit and have a great race here. Let's, Dee, we do have some cap colors to be able to kind of identify our athletes as they're out there, and in just a moment, we'll take a look at the swim caps of our favorite athletes going into the swim.
Of course, it was a hard selection in our men's field because we could have a pack of as many as 20 athletes charging out of the water altogether. But let's take a look at some of our notable swimmers here today at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. As our athletes line up here, they've concluded their warm-ups, just finishing the last finishing touches on the goggle adjustments, the wetsuit adjustments, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, the last thing, you got to shake the arms out, get things ready. You know, they've done their little warm-up, and now it's kind of that awkward moment when you're standing there being like, I'm not sure what to do with my hands right now. We're getting ready to go.
I know I can't just stand still. I need to be doing something. These are the anxious moments ahead of the swim start as our pro men are getting ready to get underway. Our pro women will follow shortly behind them.
Yeah, no, not too far behind the men are the women, and we're going to take a look at the swim cap colors of our favorites going into the race here today. First up with the women's field, Dee Dee.
The women's field, we will have Kat Matthews in a green cap. Of course, Ann Reichman was a late withdrawal. Solveig Loveseth will be wearing yellow. Lisa Percher will be wearing red. Beck Clark also in red. Lisa Meisner in green. Daisy Davies in violet. Steph Clutterbuck, quite a story there we'll talk about shortly. She will be wearing pearly pink, and Luisa Igona Pratt will be wearing a yellow cap.
Yeah, that's going to be a strong group for sure. And you know, a challenge. We've seen Kat Matthews really up her swim game.
Yes.
But there's definitely some quality swimmers in that field that, you know, she's got her work cut out for her, but I think she's got it. And on our men's side, we've got in that purple cap, we've got Kraft. And then Nick Thompson, again, looking for some Pro Series points. Been doing more Ironman earlier in the season, also in purple. Then Horsfall Turner, often seen in the front of the group in the green cap. Cameron Main in that orange cap. Spurl in green, and then Preister in the pink cap. So yeah,
Our Austrian national anthem there. And what a great crowd we have gathered here this morning at Lake Zell to send these athletes off on to this epic race day. Men's field could be a massive, massive lead pack in this swim. Hard to pick the leader out of the swim.
Oh, no, it certainly is. And I know what you're doing here, and I'm not going to.
You're not going to do it?
I'm not going to bite, Dee Dee, as we see our men file in and get ready to line up for the start here. But yeah, it's anybody's guess. A lot of very, very talented swimmers, and obviously cyclists and runners, but the swim here, again, with that kind of Olympic talent that we have, is going to be a knockdown.
I mean, just to name a few: Yannick Schauffler, Andrew Horsfall Turner, Lasse Priester, Fabian Kraft, Simon Vrain, Cameron Main, Kevin McDowell, Nick Thompson, Gregor Payet, all of these guys expected to be battling it out at the front of the swim course here today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, Dee Dee, a little in-water start. It kind of looks like they're still on their feet. Is it any different tactics for this type of start? It's a little bit awkward.
It is a little bit awkward. I think having foot contact is actually kind of helpful. You can sort of squat down and give yourself a little bit of a leap off the bottom of the lake there. But important to choose your starting point carefully, particularly given the caliber of this swim field.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You see the athletes, closer to the camera, giving themselves room because they're like, well, we'll let these guys start swimming in front of me, and I'm just going to get on the feet. And that's a mistake a lot of athletes make, is they just get right up on the line and they end up battling when they could just jump on the feet straight away.
Absolutely, and they have the benefit of the ramp there, that swim ramp. They
Right.
get a little bit of a better start as the men are underway here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun, and look at that frothy water.
It is frothing for sure, and no doubt it's going to be a bit of chaos here till they get to that buoy. And it's a while out to the buoy, so it's nice that they're not having a turn right away, especially with this quality of field. It will kind of spread out before they hit that, but there's still going to be a lot of fighting, and man, it's a large field here on the men's side today.
And it looks like the bigger pack there is on the inside line. Again, it's one of those things, if you're not the strongest swimmer and you look at the start list, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Party at the front. I do see the green cap up at the front there.
Could be Horsfall Turner.
Yep.
That would be my guess.
As our men are well underway here, Daniela, I'm going to throw it to you. With a swim pack this strong, how does that strategy play for the stronger swimmers as compared to maybe some of the weaker swimmers?
Yeah, I think the tactic here was going to play a big role. Standing on the right side of the field, I think the right side from what we see here is going a little bit faster, and now they're coming together. So if you're in that middle pack at the moment, it's going to be very choppy and also quite wild. You might get some kicks and elbows in your face or wherever, and that means that can also lead to your goggle change and get some water in, and that means you have some difficulties to see. So I think at the moment it's really just trying to find a good foot or two good feet to follow. And as we can see, they're really pushing. They're going, in World Cups, they're having a 1:05 pace or even less, and they're definitely going very fast at the moment.
No, they certainly are, and we could see some of our pre-race favorites in that group as well. We saw Maine in there. I believe we saw the yellow cap Schaffler in the lead, and obviously Horsfall Turner was kind of swimming on his own a little bit closer to the camera there, but definitely some of our pre-race favorites. McDowell I saw in that front group as well.
Yeah, the pair of Americans, Kevin McDowell and Chris Leiferman, traveled over from the U.S. to try their best against this strong European field. Obviously, Chris Leiferman preparing for Nice, so he's getting over there a little bit early, having a little bit of a hit out ahead of the World Championship. And Kevin McDowell really building momentum throughout his season. He's had some strong races recently, and wanting to see how he will factor in. I also see the purple cap there, Nick Thompson likely there in purple, or Fabian Kraft.
Probably Kraft is my guess on that one. But it looks like at the moment we have Schaffler and Kraft at the front of the group again, with those orange caps of McDowell and Maine just behind. So no big surprise there as far as the athletes that we see there. We saw Preister is in that group as well. Any other ones you see?
No, I was going to say, it's not the color-coded cast, but to Daniela's point, quite a bit of physicality. We've got 2x2 at the front, and then behind that, kind of a massive mosh pit of arms and legs fighting for the feet.
Yeah, Daniela, when you're in a swim like this and you're trying to, everybody wants to be in the same place at the same time. How do you find the balance of being in that right spot, but also not being in that fight?
Yeah, you want to show territory, so you want to actually show them, hey, I'm not gonna let myself play with you. You definitely want to bring out your elbows a little bit, but also once you're in a fight, it's actually not fast. So you still want to be focusing on swimming and moving forward. And I think that's sometimes a fine line. Sometimes you have to maybe go a different line, go around on the left side instead of the right, because if you fight with one athlete for over 500 meters, you're definitely going to lose time.
Note to self, Didi, do not line up next to Daniela. You're going to get an elbow. That's all I got from that. I love it.
We saw there a quick shot of our women getting lined up and getting ready to go. They are on the start line here. We talk about some of the strong swimmers in our field: Lena Meisner, Beck Clark, Luisa Ignona Pratt, Daisy Davies, also very strong, and Steph Clutterbuck. Look for her. She's had some health problems throughout the middle part of the year. We'll be all interested to see how she's doing in her recovery from that as well.
Certainly, and when Kat Matthews watches this, she's going to be like, guys, soon you're going to be talking about me as a pre-race swim favorite. She's been working on that swim a lot. We saw her out with the front group at the World Championships last year in Nice, and she's been working on that and showing her success.
Absolutely, and the wetsuit will definitely help her in that regard. I mean, again, we all remember back to that horrible crash that Kat had prior to the World Championships several years ago. She still struggles with some neck issues. It flares a little bit. She said she's been having some neck issues following Hamburg that really plagued her swim a little bit at Swansea, but she said she's feeling good. She's actually been training with Steph Clutterbuck, so she's had some good feet to chase in training during this last training camp in preparation for this race. So we'll see if Kat can get herself attached to that fast swim group at the front.
Yeah, and Daniela, tell us a bit. To me, I'm always surprised because I even forget sometimes that Kat went through that horrendous crash and recovery, near paralyzed, and because she's showing that she is one of the best in the world. Tell us about how incredible that comeback is to be at the very top.
Yeah, what Kat did is absolutely amazing. I think she's definitely has one of these fighter spirits, and how she got back that fast. About a year after her crash, she was already racing again, and now being at the top of the world, doing 2 Ironmans in close to world record time, fighting with Laura Phillips. So she's definitely in the form of her life, I think. This year she's showed really strong performances, and I think it shows how strong she is mentally as well. And she's, I think the training with Steph Clutterbuck will help her because she's also an emotional racer. So if she has someone to believe in, and knowing that she's trained with someone faster than her in the swim, I think this will help her emotionally to be able to believe in herself that she can also get to the front pack. And we'll see today, even if she doesn't, she still has the bike to back it up and maybe catch some of the girls on the bike.
Yeah, and we've seen she has the ability both obviously going up the hills and then technically down the hills. She showed it in Nice, so we expect nothing less from her today. And, we talk about her being here for the points and getting that backup, but clearly Kat is here for nothing else than the win.
I mean, anytime Kat starts a race, she's, and the thing is, she's so incredibly talented that anytime she starts a race, she is a threat to win the race. I think any day that Kat comes in second is kind of a little bit of a disappointment, which is a stunning thing to say, but it's the honest truth as our women are well underway here in Lake Zell. Of course, Lake Zell, named after the city of Zell MC. It's 4 kilometers of fresh water, known for its absolutely pristine quality. It's very popular, obviously, in the summer for swimming, diving, and boating. In the winter, when it freezes, some wintertime activities out there on this gorgeous lake.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like on the women's side, on the left-hand side of the screen, I believe that's Beck Clark in the front with her on her heels. So Beck out to the front as she often is. And then on the men's side, we've got Schaffler still with Kraft, and not sure that third place athlete at the moment, but it does look like Schaffler, Kraft. Again, we've got Main and McDowell in that chase group alongside Preister as well. So it's tight. It's tight. It's not too bad though. It's spread out a little bit, so it's single file those first 3 athletes, and then you start getting kind of two abreast, 3 abreast, trying to stay in that group. And Daniela, we overlook often the benefit you get from being on another athlete's feet. Maybe talk those viewers through that don't have the experience that you do on how important it is and how much easier it is when you're actually on an athlete's feet.
Yeah, there's actually 2 things that help to be on an athlete's feet. One, you have the draft. So there is a drafting benefit in the water. So you have less resistance going through the water due to the bubbles you can follow from the other, from the people in front of you. But also you don't have to do the sighting. And I think that's something that's often underestimated. being able to just look down and focus on your stroke without having to always lift up the head can also help you to save energy and make it a little bit more relaxing. That said, you still have to be sure you're going the right way. So you can't trust fully where the other person is going. That means, if the leader is going the wrong direction, you don't want to follow the leader. But most of the time, and especially on a course like this, it's quite straightforward. It's out, then left, and then you go back to the start. So it's quite an easy swim for the sightening. And also I often used to use little buildings or just things I could see from the water that stands out on the land, so you can focus on that without having to lift your head too much.
Excellent points there. And just looking at this men's field and knowing the caliber of swimmer in this field, the fact that they are singled out tells me that the pace that is being set at the front by Yannick Schauffele is a pace that I don't want any part of.
It is painful.
Or I couldn't be a part of.
No, yeah. And I mean, it almost seems like there's actually a little bit of a break almost off that third athlete there. So we might see things break up a little bit. But yeah, there's definitely some athletes in the back being like, man, really? Come on, so we already kind of got it established. We don't need to push it this hard. But obviously, the athlete in the front, Schauffele, really wants to string this out, and it's tactical, right? It can develop. The race can develop a lot differently if you have a smaller group out of the swim. And Schauffele certainly wants to make this group as small as possible. It seems like the effort he's putting out so far.
I mean, absolutely. You can see all of the athletes as they round the buoy there, taking a peek into the armpit, over the shoulder there to see. And I think Yannick Schauffele will be pretty pleased at how he's strung this field out a little bit. Of course, now rounding the buoy, you can see that larger pack. That's where the physicality is, where the guys are sort of battling each other, particularly at this stage of the course where you get bunched up going around those buoys.
Yeah, no, it's certainly great points there, Didi. And you can see here, Schauffele goes on his back to see what's going on, get a little bit more information. And we saw there that there was that little gap after third, and it was actually another athlete moved around the outside to try to bring that gap back. Because that athlete that was in fourth place was letting it open. And you don't often see swimmers with that ability to know what's happening in front of them. It's hard to be able to see. Obviously, your eyes are just over the water, in the water, but to have the awareness to go around there, so then that's brought the group together. And it looks like there's only a break, Didi, in the group, maybe 25 athletes back. It's a very, very large group. I do think it's going to split up a little bit more on the way back.
It could very well. I mean, although those two turn buoys definitely were the opportunity for the front of the race to put in a surge as that sort of bunchier group went around. And you can see those two buoys did sort of thin out the wider bunch at the back, and they are starting to single out now as well. But it's really hard to differentiate. I mean, to your point, 25 guys from first to last, just head to toe.
Do you feel like that tactic, to me, that stands out from Schauffele, is a little strange, that going around as the lead athlete trying to string it out, if you go around turn buoys, that's where you want to put accelerations and not go on your back to see what's going on.
Yeah, I think that tactic was more of a, hey, I know the caliber of swimmer in this race. I don't want to be the sucker on the front of doing all the work at the front, knowing there's other guys that could pull that load, and he did his job through halfway and just thought, hey guys, but in fairness, couldn't necessarily see what was going on behind him and know that strategically that might have been a no-no, that it allowed sort of the group to bunch back up rather than putting in an acceleration would have been the better cue there.
Yeah, it looks like we've had an athlete go around Beck Clark there.
Lena Meissner.
Yeah, so that's Meissner in first place there, with Beck Clark in second place in the swim, and Perder, last time we saw, there she is, in third, actually just getting overtaken there by Daisy Davies. And then we've got that yellow cap, possibly of Pratt. Are you seeing? There's two yellow caps.
I'm gonna bet that's Pratt as opposed to Solveig Lovseth. Like a strong swimmer, she's a good all-around athlete. But if she's got a weakness, it's the swim. So she's probably going to give up a little bit of time to some of these women in the swim. So my guess would be that that's Pratt in the yellow cap there.
And no sign. Or I couldn't see in that front group Kat Matthews anywhere. I didn't see Solveig in there either. Actually, maybe I did at the end of the group. I think I saw another yellow cap. So seeing Solveig possibly be in front of Kat at this point would be a bit surprising. But the athletes are obviously swimming as fast as they can to see who can get into T1 first.
Yeah, the other athlete that I'm surprised not to see is Steph Clutterbuck. Steph, out of Great Britain, she is a superstar swimmer, but she's had some super challenging health problems after Ironman Texas. She picked up a virus, and it's caused a condition called POTS, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Say that 10 times fast. Think about this as an endurance athlete. It's a nervous system disorder that impacts your body's ability to regulate things like heart rate, blood pressure, digestion, respiration, all things that are important to the athlete. As we take a look here at the transition zone, the Ruvi transition zone that the athletes will run through, exiting here the lake at Lake Zell. But back to Steph Clutterbuck. All of those things so critically important. She's had to relearn her body as an endurance athlete, and I don't see her at the front, so she is planning on racing the Ironman World Championship, really fighting hard to get herself back physically to a place where she can compete, but so far not a part of this lead swim pack.
No, and I mean, no fault to her, right? Like that is an incredibly impactful thing that she's dealing with. POTS is no joke, and just to live your life as you did before in any way is a huge accomplishment, let alone try to be one of the best athletes in the world. So bravo to her for not letting that diagnosis, take her away from the lifestyle and the career that she enjoys so much. But we hope she's able to do some good things out there today.
Yep, just wanted to mention that as we're used to seeing her at the front of the race. So if you're wondering why she might not be there yet, is amongst this field today. Those are the challenges that she is dealing with, but pretty ambitious and brave thing to be tackling that as she heads into the World Championship. As we take a look here into the Ruvi transition area.
And Didi, this is a long video.
Yeah.
And that's because it is such a long run. So there's going to be some tactics there as well. You're going to see athletes pushing the pace, and it gives an opportunity to someone that maybe messes up late stages or early stages of the swim. I don't think we saw that really much here today, to make it up. You can really put some effort in and maybe try to bridge yourself. And tactically, the bike is a very challenging place early to make moves and to get in front of one or two people. But in this transition, you might be able to make those moves as well.
You could, but strategically, you've got to think about where you want to sort of burn your matches, right? I mean, your heart rate's super elevated coming out of the swim. And when you go from that horizontal position to the vertical position of running, you're going to send that heart rate skyrocketing as you take to this very challenging bike. So you've got to sort of weigh your options and use it to your advantage, or sort of bide your time until you get on the bike.
Yeah, I mean, that would also involve critical thinking. And I think on the men's side, we're certainly not going to see that. It's all just chaos, try to get as far in front as possible. But you're right, those small little gaps don't really matter, but could be impactful if you burn one too many matches early in the swim. You see these athletes take that left turn, and now they're heading back to transition, not too far now.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences, powered by Nirvana. And back to our men's race here. Yannick Schauffele back at the front.
Yeah, it didn't take too long for him to get right back to it. I kind of thought that might happen. But again, we did see athletes not too far behind. Still looks like Maine is in that group, as well as we did see Horsfall Turner in there and Kraft close behind, I think, in third at the moment.
By observation, Daniela, we are 21 minutes into the men's race and 16 minutes into the women's race. Any surprises to you at the front of the race, both for men and women, either athletes who are outshining or athletes you're surprised not to see amongst the mix?
Yeah, I think pretty much the men is to the what to expect. We have a fairly big group, maybe not as big as I thought it would be, so we can still see that there is quite a big difference now between the two groups, and the second group is definitely working hard to get that gap back. On the women's, I think we have the three strong swimmers like Perter, Davies and Clark, which are, pushing the pace, and they definitely need to push the pace because they will have Kat Matthews and Solveig Lovseth pushing on the bike, so that's their chance to really make a move and trying to get some seconds in front of the two strong riders.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know much about this, Daniela, but I think those athletes want to get as much time as possible so they have a moment to breathe before the train comes by, right? You are more often the chaser and the train.
She was the train.
Yeah, you were the conductor of that train, so you wouldn't know what that's like. But any chance you can have to settle when an effort like that's coming is going to be beneficial, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw it's a long transition, so that means it's also going to be some quite fast running there. It's almost like a fourth discipline. Running after swimming can be really tough because your body's just not used to it yet, and the heart rate is really bouncing up.
Is that something you practice, Daniela? Like, do you get out of the pool in the middle of a set and do some sprints on the pool deck and dive back in? Is that something you would practice?
We were never allowed to go to the toilet during the swim training, so that's how I would practice it, just running quickly to the toilet so my coach wouldn't see it. But otherwise, we didn't practice it. I think it's race practicing. So we see that their first men are just coming to the land. Most likely, they will maybe quickly look back on where the others are. That's something so far they don't know what happened. They don't know who's maybe in the pack. And very fast they will see who's around them, and then they will start thinking already on the bike.
Yeah, and I think people underestimate that, Daniela, that during the swim, you have no idea who is really around you. With these cap colors, and obviously the athletes will know the athletes right next to them, but don't know what the dynamic is, right? Because the last time Schauffele looked, there was a group totally together, and then it blew up halfway through. So great observation there, and it does look like we had Schauffele first out with Kraft and Sarzilla and Osterholt and Preister in the top five, but a large group, Didi.
Oh yeah, really large group. I mean, then they're going to come basically ones and twos all the way out. I mean, we're through 14 athletes, and that gap is 20 seconds from first to 14th. Then there's a gap to the second chase pack. Max Spurl amongst those chasers, but 14 guys in that lead pack, all within 20 seconds coming out of Lake Zell.
Yeah, and Jonas Hoffman also was a little bit back in there too, and Nick Thompson was there, but just about 20 seconds behind, as we see, I believe this is Costas. No, that is not Costas.
No,
sorry.
that's
Priester.
Sorry. Yeah, that's Priester.
I think. Yeah. A funny thing he said on the previews of the videos, he said the bike is going to be tough, but he's going to wait for the run. So he's a fantastic runner. So he's in the perfect position for him now. He can ride with the front group, and if he can hold the pace of the front group, he's definitely going to be a big contender for the win.
Right now, these athletes so focused on the task at hand, I don't see a lot of them looking around to see who's in that lead group. At this point, it's almost irrelevant.
And our Wahoo Element rival male pro first out of the water is Yannick Schaffler, 23:06, and that's moving, Didi.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. Although in a wetsuit swim and in a...
Oh, you expected more.
I did expect a little bit more. I'm going to be honest. I'm a wee bit disappointed.
Oh boy.
I have high standards.
You
Matt.
guys did a good job, I think.
I think also currents can make a big difference, especially in the swim. The water looked very flat, so it looked like there were perfect conditions, but you don't know what was going on under the water.
No, definitely not. But we see our athletes cruising out, bikes in hand, rolling through our transition area and getting out there. It doesn't look like we've had too much. It looks like the group is still mostly together. No big gaps have formed kind of in that transition area. Still athletes in there.
Yeah, athletes continuing to stream out as we come running through not only a long run to your gear bag, but a long run once you get that bike all the way to the mount line. Obviously, athletes not allowed to get on their bikes until they cross that orange mount line you saw there. That was a failed flying mount there by whatever bib number that is, 35. Just got his leg caught on there a little bit, but it's the little errors like that that can cost you from making that pack.
Oh, no, absolutely. And it's just, again, another effort you're going to have to make to get up there. And with the tactics on both sides of the fields, the men's and women's, but the men's field, for sure, the early sections of the bike, even the first few kilometers, often in years past, you'd be able to settle in and be like, you know what, don't want to go too hard. I want to hold my watts, in a certain range in the beginning. That is not something that athletes are capable of doing with the tactics that occur in professional 70.3 racing here in the Ironman Pro Series. It is all on. We can already see athletes trying to bridge up gaps that have already been made. I believe that Nick Thompson we saw go through there not too long ago. And worth noting, Didi, that second group was only about 25 seconds behind, so definitely within reach, certainly with that long transition.
Also, what I'm doing is looking at how far, the changes in position of the athletes through transition. Cameron Main picked up 5 spots in transition alone. Again, these aren't material spots. Andrew Horsfall Turner, conversely, loses 6 spots in transition. So just a reminder to practice those transitions, because losing that many slots is just more congestion out on the course once you've got to get yourself settled out onto that Zoot bike course. More work ahead if you don't nail that transition. Yeah, no, well said. And I think we're back here now with the women's swim group. And at the front now, it looks like that is Beck Clark up the front again. And then in the green cap behind her, that was Meisner. And I believe I saw a violet cap of Daisy Davies there as well. Yes, in 3rd place. And then the other red cap of Perter now in 4th. No huge surprises there. Daniela, any surprises to you in the women's race so far on the water?
No, I think especially Lena Meisner, she's a great swimmer. She also, coming from the short distance, also did a lot of Bundesliga racing. That means 500 swim, 20 bike and 5K run, so a very fast athlete. So she's, for her, the 7.3 is new land, and she's showing a great race so far.
No, that she is, and no big surprise. And it looks like we see some more of our colored caps moving into position there. I believe that's most likely Pratt there in about 5th place. Again, some of our favorites there. And then on the right side of the screen, we can see the early sections of this beautiful bike course here rolling out of Zell. Kind of almost a bike path.
I was going to say, it looks like a sidewalk.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging to make any moves tactically in this section of the course. But again, it's going to be pretty strung out at this point. But it could be impactful. Again, it's similar to the swim. If the athlete in front of you is the one that opens up the gap, then it's a big effort for you to try to move around because the horsepower up here is just incredible.
It's interesting that strategically that section, of course, I mean, and I don't know this definitively, but that to me looks like knowing Ironman racing would be a no-pass zone.
Could be, yeah.
You know, it doesn't look like it's a safe place to pass, so athletes would have been notified that that potentially is a place where you're not allowed to pass, but it allows you to grab a bottle, get some calories on board, take a look and see who's around you. But an area of the course where if you're at the front of that pack, as we talked about having a strong transition, that could be impactful.
What's impactful, I think, on this race is, from what I can tell, I believe Kat Matthews and Solveig Lovsev have made this front group. So to me, that's a little surprising considering the horsepower, but again, those two athletes would probably disagree with me because they've obviously been putting the work in.
Well, they've been putting the work in, and I think I'm actually more surprised to see Solveig Lovsev in here versus Kat Matthews. I think we saw Kat with some good swims, particularly in the wetsuit. So I think where Kat has struggled has been non-wetsuit swims, but definitely this is a game changer for her. For Kat and Solveig, they're not going to have any work whatsoever coming out of the water. They are in that lead group as we take a look at our women's leaders out of the Roka swim course. It was Beck Clark first on ground. We take a look at the Wahoo Element Rival swim split for Beck Clark at 25:11 for the 1.9 kilometer swim. Lena Meissner in second, Daisy Davies in third, Lisa Percher was fourth. We had Pratt in fifth. Kat Matthews in seventh, right in that group. Nina Darren, Steph Clutterbuck at the back of that group, and Solveig Lovsev in 10th. So 10 women out together, all within 15 seconds. It's a larger lead swim pack than I had thought, and the fact that Solveig and Kat are in there is definitely our first sort of key notable for the day.
Yeah, Daniela, considering those two are in there, obviously that's a big swim effort. But alarm bells to those other athletes that were hoping for that time I was talking about. The train is ahead of you now. Oops.
Yeah, it definitely changes the whole tactic. I think for Kat and Solveig, they now know, okay, now we can make the race. They're going to definitely start pushing the bike. And also, I think what's special on this bike course is that it's a one loop course, and it's very hard to give the splits. So if you know from the start where you're at, then it's really helpful, and then you can also maybe see a little bit in the first 5K on how the others ride, and therefore you know if you're moving faster or not.
And, you know, as someone obviously was very much at the top of the sport and won a lot of these races and on this course of World Championship, is it also for someone, obviously you have a lot of confidence, but when you had a breakthrough swim and were in a group above maybe what others expected you to and maybe what you were shooting for, did that still give you more confidence in those next two disciplines?
Yes, definitely. I think it's about that little boost you get for confidence, and I think especially Kat is very much like if she's in a good space, she can race really, really well, and kind of transform that energy into power. And I think for her, it definitely shows that she improved her swim again. For her, it's like the perfect start, and the same for Solveig. I think that she's up there already with Kat. I definitely think Kat would have probably wanted to have a little bit of a lead to Solveig for the start of the bike. And they're both, I would say, they belong to the strongest cyclists in the sport. And now they're going to have a bit of a battle out there. And I think it's definitely a very fair race. There's a lot of climbing, and so you can't hide on that course.
If you had to seed one over the other in terms of bike strength, Solveig versus Kat, can you pick one, or are they really, really evenly matched out there?
I listened a little bit to the interviews, and from what Solveig said on that she likes to have flat courses and she feels she's stronger, I feel like she's maybe having a little bit of a doubt there. But I think she's a good enough athlete that she actually, when she sees she's having a chance, she will then also take her chance. And so it's hard to say. I think Kat also showed very good races over like rolling hills and also in the flats. They're both definitely, there's a little fall. But they're both very strong athletes over rolling hills. This course is very different because it's really steep, and we're going to find out today. It's hard for me to say.
Yeah, and I think that's, to me, it's almost funny that you say that Solveig had said that about her cycling ability, because for me, obviously, her race, when she was behind Kat and for third place earlier this year in almost a record time, that was very impressive. But for me, Lake Placid was even more impressive.
Yep.
And that course is incredibly difficult. And she made it look like, if you looked at the results, you'd be like, oh, that's a pancake flat course. That's how fast she was. So for me, clearly she has the ability to ride well over a course with some significant climbs.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, let's not forget, she's quite new to the sport. She's also just transitioning from being from the Olympics, like the Olympic distance racing. And her debut this year at the Ironman in Hamburg was absolutely, out of this world. I could not have imagined to do 8:12 for an Ironman, but also in Venice, she proved that she's a really, really strong athlete over the 7.3 distance.
How unusual is it, Daniela, for an athlete to come from that short course draft legal racing? Often we see the transition where they will focus on the middle distance for a period of at least a year or two before attempting the Ironman. But Solveig just said, hey, you know what? I'm going all in on both. Did a 70.3 at the end of last year. And straight to the Ironman in her first post-Olympic sort of block of racing. How unusual is that, and how unusual is it for an athlete to take to it the way that she has?
Yeah, it's definitely very surprising how fast she got used to handling the bike and just going strong over such a long distance. I think it's also quite strong that she made the move so fast. I think the men tend to be more brave to just try the long distance, where often the women have a few more years in the 70.3, and I think it's a good move for her. She's definitely, I see her as one of the favorites for Kona this year, for Kona this year, and that's why I think she can really show her full potential. And she's still really strong on the 7.3 distance, as she has the speed coming from the Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, her transition to long course racing has been incredible.
It's funny because some do it so well and so quickly. I mean, there's so many challenges. It's a different bike position. Obviously, no drafting, so oftentimes the athletes will struggle with bike strength. As we take a look here at our women as they stream out onto the Zoot bike course. But everything, not just the distance, but the nutrition, all of those things play a factor when you make that change. I mean, you go out for a draft legal race, maybe you've got a gel.
Yeah, no, and I mean, she's proven actually that she's the best ever at that transition with the fastest Ironman debut time in history. So no doubt she has some skill and getting there quite quickly, as we see our early leader out on the course.
Beck Clark was first out of transition, followed by Daisy Davies. Nina Darren moved up a bunch in transition as well, as Pratt also moved up.
And this is Daisy Davies, who we just saw earlier take the lead over Beck Clark in that narrow section of the course. So right now we've got Daisy Davies in the lead, Beck Clark there in second, but a large group chasing behind Didi.
That they are. You can see them strung out as they head out into the mountains here on the Zoot bike course.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it. You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
veo un poquito de que estás preparado.
Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC is brought to you by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise. And we're back with our men's leaders here, Didi.
We are with the men's leaders. There were a lot of them. If you're just joining us, coming out of transition, it was a very large men's swim pack, and the men trying to organize themselves now as we take a look at our leaders there out on to the Zoot bike course. Daniela, talk to us about this course, the significance of this course. The real meat of this course comes obviously at that climb, but talk about the course leading up to that climb and what the athletes are going to be thinking about and how they're going to want to play their cards before they get to the climb.
Yeah, I think it's, even if it's hilly, it's still quite an aero course. So that means the first 20K are fairly cornery. I think we passed that section now, and now it's really about making yourself small, going fast. And I think having such a big group at the moment, the difference is going to come in the climb. The climb is kind of building, so it starts moderate, but the end is very steep. And then also not to forget the downhill. There's a few switchbacks which are definitely very tricky, and that's need some really good bike skills. And then it's followed by a really, really fast section. So it's going to be interesting also what the athletes chose for gearing, because you need to be able to really push big gears. And then we have a really long, still flat section for the end. So even though it's hilly, we still have a lot of time trialing. And as you can see here, they're all going, it's a big group, it's forming. And I think I'm looking forward to the hill where hopefully this is going to split up a bit.
Yeah, it's a massive, massive group. And that athlete we see in the front getting small, as you put it, Daniela, is Kraft. So Kraft in the lead, looking comfortable there. But, I mean, that looked like a group of 20. And what's great now with race rangers, we know that they're at legal distance. We see refs there, and it is spread out, but it's still really challenging. I think people look at a big group like that and be like, okay, you're in the group, but it's like, no, you're still trying to make moves, and you're making a lot of decisions on what those moves may or may not be early in the bike course.
And as we take a look here at Fabian Kraft at the front of this massive group of men charging through the Zoot bike course, we had a chance to chat with Fabian ahead of today's race. Here's a visit with Fabian Kraft.
Yeah, I hope to be the best German on Sunday, but I think it will be pretty hard.
Well, I mean, you got 3 70.3 podiums in 3 races, including the European Championship.
Yes. Until the European Championship in Sweden, I felt like I'm a dark horse and nobody knew me. But now, of course, yeah, as a European champion, you have a target on your back. I feel like there are like around 15 guys who can be in the game for the podium or even the win. So there are a lot of favorites, and field is quite broad, so not one favorite who might be the best. Some preparations left, and today we do a small bike course check, especially the climb and the descent. And of course, I will do some activation at the climb.
How did it feel, mate?
You can't go easy the last few kilometers because it's so steep. But today it's quite hot because the wind is from backwards, so you don't get the headwind. I'm coming from the short course, so I'm used to ride with a big bunch. And yeah, a lot of other riders. It's often pretty dangerous. And when I'm alone, I feel much more safe. Yeah, I feel like I can descend quite well. At least I hope so. So we will see. I think the descent will also pretty important for Sunday. So if you are in a group on the hill and then you can't descend, you may lose the race.
Thank you to Fabian Kraft and A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short A Fighting Chance episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. I wouldn't mind a tailwind up the climb if I'm being honest.
Oh, you and I are going to disagree on that one. It's it sounds nice that you're maybe getting pushed up, but yeah, the temperature climbs for sure. But again, with the temps that we had early in the day today, probably not much of an issue. So yeah, tailwind's nice. But Kraft says he's used to short course racing, and what he's used to about it, as he takes in the view there, I think he was trying to see if there was a espresso there waiting for him at that coffee shop as he went by. Took a long, hard look there. Yeah, that was awesome. But he's definitely in a group here still, but leading the group and definitely not afraid, Daniela, to put his nose in the wind, so to speak, and kind of make the race develop how he wants it to.
Yeah, he's definitely going for it. And I think, he's working with his coach, Roland Knoll, a very experienced coach. He's used to be the coach also from Jan Frodeno in his Olympic years. And he definitely came here with a plan. And if it's going after Watts or if it's really just trying to break this group, I don't know. But he looks like he has a plan, and he's not just sitting in a group.
Talk about, though, the athletes further back of the group. I mean, this is a massive, massive pack. And the guys further back in this pack, it's a vulnerable position to be in because of Race Ranger, it's harder to make your move forward through a pack that is this large. But at the same time, if you're that far back and something happens, there's a break 4 wheels up from you. Number one, it's harder to see. And number two, it's harder to respond. Am I right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think it's also a little bit for safety reasons, or like to not have the risk of getting a penalty. It always makes sense to lead. But then, of course, if you lead such a big group, you also have to push more watts going the same speed. And I think also, as we see, that the group is really spread out. And that means if they come to the hill, the first position of this group is going to have already a minute or maybe 45 seconds deficit. So that will play a role for the hill. And I think being in that front of the group, part of the group, can help then to also make that attack, because you can't really react if you're all the way back. And it's a very long way to overtake with the allowance seconds you can overtake a person.
And we could see, actually, as you were talking, Daniela, a few athletes had to make passes to bridge or to close gaps that athletes had opened up in front of them. So like 5 or 6 athletes back, it started to spread out a little bit, and that was shut down. And those are early efforts that those athletes have to make early in the bike, again, before hitting that climb. And, in a perfect world, you're like, okay, I'm going to go as easy as I can to stay in that group before we get to the climb, so that then I can make my effort. But not a lot being left up to choice, I think, in that front group.
Well, I mean, that was sort of my point, in that you want to have the benefit of being in the group, using air quotes, so to speak, but not too far back in it, because you can't respond to those moves being made. As we come back to our women's race, and it looks like Kat Matthews is making her move to the front of this women's race.
And again, it's a big effort to make these moves early, and you have to commit. Obviously, Kat can see the gaps of the athletes in front of them, and it looks like she is making the move to pass 2 athletes likely at once. There you go, because those 2 athletes were tight enough in their positions that if she was to go in between them, that would be a drafting penalty, essentially. But also, she wants to get to the front, so that's probably a lot of it too.
Yeah, I think it's also a tactical thing, showing that hard to say if she feels good. I think she looks great, but to show to Solveig that, hey, I'm here, I'm actually making this pace, and not just, waiting. I think it's a little bit of a tactical and a mental approach to just show your competitor that you're here, that you're present, and that you're willing to work.
I mean, Kat Matthews is an athlete who is always, always willing to work. She's carrying quite a bit of fatigue. Obviously, her key focus is on the Ironman World Championship coming up in October. She's been on training camp here. Her home pool had closed, and so she made the decision to come over here and do some prep. She was training with Steph Clutterbuck in preparation for this. Obviously, it's a race, and you show up ready to race and give it your all, but it doesn't seem like she took a big breather going into this, with the bigger focus being on the Ironman World Championship in October.
No, not too much. Sorry, go ahead, Danielle.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like we're 6 weeks out from Kona, so that means it's a good time to still go really hard. But she will have trained quite a bit. She said in the preview interviews that she had like a one rest day with just a swim and then an easy day. That means it's like a very, very short taper, and that can also mean that she might feel a little bit flat. That's the risk she will take in order to still have a good preparation for Kona. And I also wouldn't be surprised if they're not going to go crazy dangerous on the downhill, because you really don't want to have a crash 6 weeks out of the biggest race of the year.
Yeah, I think you're right. But also, I love that Kat has so much pride, I think, now, or maybe she always has, in her descending abilities. So yeah. I think she's probably still going to push that pace. As we saw earlier, we saw Lopseth actually making a bridge up to get onto, I believe, third. We also definitely some race dynamics and some tactics happening there. She's going to try to follow Kat as much as possible, and what she doesn't want is for Kat to be too far up the road when she comes through to try to bridge that gap.
Meet IRONMAN from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. IRONMAN by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Back to the action here at Ironman 70.3 Zell MC. We are on the Zoot bike course. I'm Didi Griesbauer alongside Matt Lieto and Daniela Reif, and you are looking at our women's race here, our women's field. Some strong women at the front of this race. It was a larger group than expected out of the Roka swim course and out onto the bike. We saw Kat Matthews making some moves, trying to make her way to the front of the race.
Definitely a lot of movement happening early in this course, and then once they get to that climb, we're going to see a lot more movement. But at that point, you're kind of working against what you can do on the hill to an extent. Right now, it's what you can do to place yourself in the best position against your competitors, as we see a few athletes actually making a pass, but this athlete making a big pass up one of the little rollers on course.
Yeah, we're back with our men's field here. I saw bib number 42 there at the front, and a lot of athletes trying to sort themselves out now as we start the beginning of the climb. We'll call this the pre-climb, Daniela. What's going on here with our men's race?
Yeah, I mean, they're not waiting, they're not holding back. I think the pre-climb is a little bit less steep than the end. So that means, yeah, it starts to be, the pressure starts to be on. I mean, let's not forget, they did not ride easy before. They moved quite fast already, probably pushing 350 to up to 400 watts on the flat. And now, yeah, we're seeing, who's this? He's starting to really push the pace, I think. It's a German, I think.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that bib number here pretty soon, but it's starting to break up a little bit in this group. And Daniela, what I'm noticing is that this group is now 19, and what stands out to me is one athlete that missed the group, or the first athlete to miss the group, is Spurl. So Spurl is almost a minute behind this large group. That's going to be hard for him to make up with the pace that these athletes are going. But on the other side of it, Nick Thompson was able to make it up into this group and was already up into the top 5 over the last mat that we saw. But yeah, a lot of movement out here, Daniela.
Yeah, Nick Thompson had actually quite a good swim, and also that he's already now in the lead pack is really great for him. He was training with Sam Ledlow in the Pyrenees, and he's a very strong rider, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's also starting to push the pace.
Yeah, no doubt he'll get to the front when he can and try to push the pace. But again, the athletes, as they're on the early stages of the climb, the athletes are going to do their best to make sure they put the effort in when it means the most. And obviously, when they're coming through on the hiking mountain that we're seeing them, at the very base of, that's certainly going to be a space where those athletes are burning that match, quote unquote, and that is bib number 18. That is McDowell already up in the front.
I was going to say, McDowell being very aggressive up that climb. You could see the athletes behind sort of 5th, 6th, 7th starting to get strung out here in the very early, we'll call this the pre-climb for the men. Kevin McDowell he's had a great season moving up to the middle distance from the draft legal format. He is a great story. He's a cancer survivor, Olympian, now moving up to middle distance. He's had a sort of a season that has built from Oceanside, where he was 18th at Oceanside, 30th at Oceanside, moving up the ranks to finish as high as 4th
at St.
George, and then 3rd at 70.3 Boulder. Also, his side hustle, he leads a visually impaired athlete, and so he's got a really full plate and is really starting to take to this middle distance.
Yeah, and he certainly is, and obviously, as you said, he is building on those results, and I love to see it. And not taking anything away from him, but if you ask me at this point of the climb, would McDowell be leading the race? I would say absolutely not.
No.
So good on him. And he looks like he's doing so comfortably, Daniela, because there's two things. You can have an athlete that's overreaching to be there and an athlete that is just there because that's what their body has for them in the moment.
Yeah, I think it's also depending on what type of athlete you are. I always also liked to do the leading, because then you can actually be responsible for the pace. So it's that's in control, and that can be a benefit, because then you can really control the pace. You can go hard, but you can still, not having to go over the edge you don't want to. And maybe for an athlete who's maybe didn't make the front pack, it doesn't mean the race is over. I think having such a long climb, if you can do your rhythm, it can still be great.
And right now we're looking at Juan Ignacio Varela-Cura, who is one of the athletes that has been dropped or did not make that front group. So his chase could be a long one today. Don't expect to see him bridge up to the group, but anything is possible. But right now, proving that he is moving up in his performances in 70.3 rankings with the American flag on his left shoulder is Kevin McDowell. And I love to see it.
I love to see it too, and he really is being aggressive here and changing the dynamics a little bit of this men's race in the early stages of this climb. So my guess is one of two things. Either he backs his climbing ability and wants to set the pace, or he's less confident in his descending abilities and wants to get as big a gap on the guys going up so he doesn't lose it going down.
Yeah, I bet he's, that's a good question. I bet he's got the momentum and is kind of just feeling it, because in the end, this climb, Daniela, you can talk us through kind of how it builds, but we can see the peak on the Zoot Bike Course profile there below. Clearly, it gets tougher as it goes. If you want to be the first one to the top of the climb, you're probably not the one who's leading a third of the way up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is a long climb. You don't want to overpace too much. And maybe also let's not forget that there's a lot of the short distance athletes in the race. And if you're the fastest runner in the field, you don't need to push the bike. So there are definitely a few who probably going to try to just sit and wait and really trying to save energy. And it's going to be the athletes who maybe are not the best runners who have to really push the pace and trying to make a move.
As we come back to our women's race, Kat Matthews has made her way to the front of the women's race and looks just absolutely very, very comfortable, very in control. She gets some hydration and nutrition on board. Solveig Lovseth is our GPS there on screen says she's 18 seconds back. I don't think they're quite that far spread out, but Kat Matthews aggressive here. No surprise there. And there, I believe,
that's Lovseth.
Yeah, there's Lovseth right on her wheel.
Yeah, so very, very tight there with Lovseth Davies. And I bet we're going to see Perter. Yep, right there as they take that little bend to that pre-climb you were talking about, Daniela.
Yeah, that's where it starts now. I'm surprised that there's still a group. So maybe, Kat is maybe not going like all out yet. I think it's easier to make a move. And here we have a move. This is Pertier, right? The Austrian local. She's definitely here to prove that she can be podium. She can do podiums on the 70.3. And she did train in Livigno in the hills for a few weeks.
And we've got a little mechanical here. Yeah, it looks like that's Daisy Davies. Dropped her chain there. It looks like that pitch up. She went to shift into her smaller ring there and dropped the chain. It looks like it might be wedged in there between the frame and the chain ring. She's having some trouble getting it back on.
If that is not what you want to be happening
terrible.
Early in the bike ride, certainly we could see if she was going from the climb to expecting to go over this little roller and down left, so she did make some type of a shift there that allowed the chain to get cut. That's
really, really tough luck for Daisy Davies. She was biking really, really, really well in Swansea as well, where she got a puncture that took her out of contention there. So that's a rough thing to happen here. She's gonna have her work cut out for her to get back up on that group.
But it's early enough that obviously she has this flat section that she's in this descent that she can kind of try to get up to speed as much as possible. And then that climb, you don't want it, but if you were to have a mechanical, this is exactly where you'd want to have it. You can get up to speed without putting a huge effort in yourself, and then you can see all the athletes in front of you. So if you want to, quote unquote, burn that match to bridge, you have the opportunity. I'm not disagreeing that this is hugely impactful, but if there was a place for it to happen, I believe this is exactly where you'd want it to happen if you were Clutterbuck.
I just think it's still super tough because I don't think you easily bridge up to Kat Matthews and Solveig Lovseth. Like, Daisy was in a really, really good position there in that group to sort of be able to respond to moves by who are, at least on paper, stronger athletes on the bike. And now she's sort of she's lost contact, she's lost sight, she's lost everything, and it's going to be really, really tough for her on a solo mission to get herself back in touch with the front of the race.
It certainly is, but I'm betting on her being able to do so just because you have that adrenaline. Again, you have that climb to be able to kind of override if you need to bridge that gap up. But Daniela, we've seen you in big races have some bad luck, so to speak. Tell us what is going maybe through Clutterbuck's mind and what is the best approach that you've learned in that space to try to just move on and do the job at task.
Yeah, I think most important is to not panic, to really just trying to realize, okay, now this happened, and now what can I do? She seems like she's under control. Like, you don't want to like rush and trying to catch the group as fast as possible, because this is going to hurt her, and the others are just actually starting the climb, and that means the pace is going to be slower, but it's going to be harder. And I think, yeah, it's important not to overpace and really just be patient. And I hope for her, for Daisy, that she can just, just be calm. And there's still enough time actually to make up time. But like you said, to make up time to Kat and Solveig is not going to be easy.
As we check in here with Beck Clark on screen, she's currently riding in 7th place, had a strong swim. No surprises there from Beck Clark. She's been nursing a bit of an injury, so the run's going to be a little tough for her, but doing all she can to position herself well on this Zoot bike course.
Yeah, and she's a little bit back behind where we saw Davies there, so she's she's got some open road in front of her, but she's used to that from being in the front of a lot of races. So no doubt Beck Clark is going to just settle into her pace up this climb and kind of do her own thing as we go around this bend to see what Beck Clark is seeing. And it's a lot of open road, but then again, there's, I believe, going to be Daisy Davies is next up as she gets on this early section of the climb.
Yeah, this would be Daisy Davies, and during that stop with the mechanical, she only lost 2 positions to Nina Darren and Lena Meissner. So she hasn't given up that much in terms of position. She was able to fix it and get herself moving again. Again, her gap is 45 seconds to the front of the race, give or take. So it's not catastrophic. I guess my point was when you've got that firepower, Kat Matthews and Solveig Loveset at the front of the race, it's a big ask to get your way back up to there. And she was in a great position before, but now going to have her work cut out for her.
It is a big ask, but right now we're also seeing Lisa Perderer there, and I believe she's in 3rd. No, that is 2nd to Kat Matthews in 1st place. And I think Perderer is an athlete that somehow is underestimated still to some extent. I mean, I saw her in Placid. Her bike ride was unbelievable, and she had a penalty as well. So she was standing still for quite a bit of time, and then got herself back up into the lead, finishing 2nd place. So she knows how to ride well on tough courses and is very aggressive about it. I don't see Kat dropping Lisa easily.
And it does look like I don't see Solveig there. No. So they have opened up a gap to Solveig Loveset, which is a bit of a surprise.
It is early seeing that gap. And again, it kind of seems out of sight to a certain extent, right? Like I'm not really seeing Solveig as well. Are you surprised to see kind of these early dynamics on the women's side, Daniela?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's in one way you want to go your pace, and then maybe also for Beck Clark, it's maybe this mechanical problem can help her to just now find her own rhythm. I wouldn't have thought that Solveig would let go early. You normally can still hold on and kind of, go a little bit over your pace, but maybe she's just really looking after her watts and her pace. And I mean, you would not want to let go Kat Matthews. So I am surprised that if she lets her go.
And we can see now on the men's side, things starting to split up around 6th position, but right there, that 2nd position, McDowell with Schaffler leading currently at Ironman 70.3. Zell MC Kaprun looks comfortable up there, Didi, and I think we're starting to see where the climbers are really separating themselves early. As McDowell, he's not making it look like a climb. He's in the bars and takes that pole as soon as he feels like the pace isn't up. This is certainly an athlete that is trying to use the bike leg as a place to separate the field for himself.
Yeah, he would have studied the field ahead of time and knows some of the caliber of runner that we have. Again, as we've mentioned before, a lot of these names, relatively new names to this middle distance racing, and a lot of these guys have turned in sub 110 run splits before. Kevin McDowell obviously coming from a short course background as well, and recently moving up to the middle distance, but he will know these guys super duper well. And while the distance is longer, he knows their strengths and will be keeping that in mind as he executes this bike course here, being very, very aggressive and looking very good.
Yeah, again, not what I expected out of Kevin early on this race, and I'm excited to see it. And again, it looks to me, you never know, right? But it doesn't look to me like he's an athlete right now overreaching. Right, he looks so comfortable. You know, we use this analogy all the time, but you could put a cup of coffee on his back, and he's not going to spill a drop. And considering he's going up a climb in the aero bars in front of this large group, that means he's really within himself to a certain extent, or very, very comfortable at that pace. So Kevin McDowell showing something that we haven't really seen from him yet, and that's, man, I'm also a bike powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, in really driving the pace on this race, and I'll be honest, it wasn't long ago Kevin McDowell was wondering, you know, maybe I need to find something else to do. Maybe my triathlon racing is over. He had a disappointing showing at Oceanside and thought, well, maybe I'm just not one of those athletes that's going to take to the middle distance. Gave it a couple more shots, and boy, he has built momentum in his trajectory this season. I mean, you can see right now, he's really peaking.
Yeah, he is, and you know, I'm glad that he wasn't too distraught after Oceanside, because Oceanside is really technically and tactically a very challenging course, and it is a challenging course geographically as well, and it's tough, and the topography of the course is challenging, but the way those dynamics play out is very hard for an athlete that's the first time over the distance. You wouldn't necessarily expect it, especially coming from more of a drafting background over the Olympic distance. So he's certainly, brushed that one off, and now we see him at the front of one of the biggest races in the Ironman Pro Series in the late season, showing the other people his back wheel.
I mean, what an inspiring story. I mean, he took to triathlon when he was about 10 years old and then had to take a break from it. He was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma and had to go heavy chemotherapy back in 2011, but he has beat it. And then he took some time to let his body get strong again. And to see this kid make an Olympic team, I mean, that's just, it doesn't get really any more inspiring than that. And to see him have continued success here at the middle distance, I think we can expect a lot from Kevin McDowell in the years to come.
Yeah, and then also let's look at the 70.3 race in Boulder. He got third. And I think being in altitude in Boulder, we're here in altitude as well. The highest point of this race is at 1,280. So that actually will have an impact on the athletes, on how they feel when they breathe, and also how their blood is going to lactate. And if you can race well in altitude like he did in Boulder, that definitely shows that you're really fit. And he's also a good runner. So he's definitely seems to have a great day and really trying to get his chance.
I'm sorry, let's just take a minute and look at how breathtaking this course is. Daniela, you were talking there, and I took a look up at that church up on the hill, and the athletes can't appreciate it, but here in the commentary booth, this has been known as one of the most spectacular courses on the 70.3 racing circuit, and it absolutely does not disappoint.
No,
it is a stunning course. Yeah, absolutely.
It's amazing for sure, and we talk about the sound of music, but the Von Prats actually spent some time in Zell MC, so certainly it feels like that, and that's because that's kind of where it all went down, and a beautiful place to ride. But again, we saw Kevin McDowell taking in maybe what was happening around him in the race, but the athletes at this point, they're heart is in their throat, so not able to look around too much. But we see Schaeffler in a great position, moving up on McDowell's wheel. But we're going to be curious to see here soon what the gaps are behind, and if these efforts are, for nothing, or if they're actually breaking the group up. And they've just gone through a timing split. And we have, seems like the group is mostly together, but definitely spread out. Through 10th place is 30 seconds back, and earlier 15K ago, they were all within about 10 seconds. So it's starting to spread out a little bit as they near the top of the climb. The steep section still to come, though. We'll see how they get up it.
So.
Sorry.
Yes, perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
And we are back with Kat Matthews, definitely putting some work in on the mid sections of this climb here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. I'm Matt Lieto here with Didi Griesbauer and Daniela Reif. And man, Daniela, lots of action happening already.
Some news from Mark, her husband, that she's riding without a power meter. So maybe that's why she's going so fast. I think this is a course where you can actually do this, because the power meter up the hill can really show you big numbers, and that can be scary. And let's think, like, you know, we have a certain amount uphill and then we have a certain amount of downhill where you don't really have to push that hard. So going by feel is something Kat is doing, and it looks like she's having a good feeling.
Talk about that, Daniela, in this day and age when technology is literally everywhere and we can monitor pretty much every aspect of what our body is doing at any given point in a 24-hour cycle. How much of a talent is that to be able to ride by feel, and how much practice should athletes be doing at that? I feel like it's something as a coach that athletes are so attached to their technology that the ability to ride by feel is almost a lost art.
Yeah, it needs a little bit of, courage. And I think on a flat course where it's very even, it can be really, really helpful to use a power meter. But these athletes, they train so much, they know, even they see their power meter, they could already guess the watts by probably 2 or 3. And so I think trusting your body is something they can do, but it needs a little bit of, courage to actually do it. And it can be helpful to not be afraid to really push these hard watts.
Yeah, no, I think that can be a huge benefit, and I love that they have that approach. And I also love that our cameraman stopped there to show us the gap as Kat rode away, and then we see Lisa Perder behind her, but then a huge gap behind Lisa as well. So definitely Kat making some big moves, and we were able to sit down and chat with Lisa for a fighting chance. It's presented by Hoka, and it's our race week series that takes you into the inner everyday lives of elite triathletes for an under the hood look at the athlete journey. Let's take a look at Lisa Perder.
So I always say I need to come back, I need to have a better race here.
What have you learned from all your past experience to give you the best race?
I need to handle my energy better, like get better probably with eating, because I think on this course with big climb probably I need more nutrition, more carbs. And the first year I even lost all my bottles. And last year, I don't know, I forget about it, but now I raced more long distance, get more experience. So yeah, I can just do it better this time. I like climbing. I think I'm a strong rider, so riding is for sure my strong. Pro Series was the goal of the beginning of the season of mine. It always depends from Texas in the beginning of the year. I raced well, so I say, okay, let's follow this series. Now, like, I'm thinking, oh, the 3 Ironmans, it's not that bad. And I'm 7th now, so I have 2 races left, maybe 3, I don't know. And a lot can change. Actually, I was very surprised seeing the start list. But it makes me more exciting because it let me see more where I'm at the moment, because this is the athletes where I'm gonna race in October. Yeah, we're looking forward, have some plans, so let's see if they play out.
After ZLMC, what's the plan between ZLMC and Kona?
Go home to train home for some more weeks, and I just decided a week ago that I'm gonna go already end of September to Kona, 25th. So yeah, I talked with other people who were there before, and they say, you should go there before, it's really stressful and everything, and time different. Say, okay, let's book earlier flight and go there.
What's your expectations for the weekend?
I just want to race better than the last years, for sure. And I don't know, podium would be very nice, and I think if I have a good day, it's possible. But if not, I want to have not much time behind the first girl.
Thank you to Lisa Perder and A Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka. For more, you can watch shorts of A Fighting Chance on Instagram at Ironman Try, and full AFC episodes at proseries.ironman.com. And what strikes me about Lisa Perder is how open she is to the entire experience. Another athlete coming up from her short course career has just taken to middle and long distance racing, and done so in magnificent form. I mean, she's having an absolutely stellar year with some big performances against some competitive fields. And the attitude is so positive and so open and forward looking to, I'm gaining experience, I'm learning how to manage my energy and nutrition, and just open to it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And, she's obviously put herself in a great position as well and enjoying the ride, but having great performance as she does so. And we look here at Solveig Løvseth in 3rd place. And I'd say 2 athletes, Daniela, maybe that are disappointed and maybe disagree with Kat Matthews' approach to the no power meter are maybe Solveig Løvseth and Lisa Perder, because it's rear view mirrors. Those gaps are huge already.
Yeah, I mean, I saw she has a nice bike, but I also see that she has a power meter on. So I mean, it doesn't have to be wrong to go by your rhythm. And
sure.
This hill is going to hurt, and in the last part of the hill, you can still make up time. So it's hard to say if she's just holding back a bit, or if Katjas is really going fast and she can't keep up the pace with her. But it looks like it's quite a bit of a gap already.
And now we're back here with the front of the men's field, and things are definitely shaking up there. It looks like at about 7th position is where things are starting to drop off. I'm not seeing Kevin McDowell up in the front anymore, so he might be back in those later positions. I doubt that he's been dropped fully out of that group, but it looked like through about 9th position was still this quote-unquote group, and actually it looks like that's spreading out.
Chase, yeah.
This is a chase group a little bit further back, as we see Kevin McDowell now off the front, Didi, and again, not what I would have expected from Kevin, and he goes over the top of the climb out front, and maybe you might be right, maybe he is playing his technical abilities. He's the first over that climb, and we're going to see the gap that he has here as we roll through. But Kevin McDowell not looking over his shoulder, not wondering if anybody's coming around. And right now it's 20 seconds to Simon Vayan in 2nd place, and then the rest of that group. But it's very much splintered, and the gap to this group. Again, it was a group of 20. Now it's maybe a group of 5 within 30 seconds of each other.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. That is the one place on the descent, as Daniela has mentioned, the descent is pretty technical, and that is one thing that some of the Americans traveling over to some of these European races, while Kevin makes his home in Boulder, where we've got some great climbing, the descending is not quite as technical, and so the skill isn't quite as sharpened as it is by some of the European athletes that train on roads like this day in and day out. So we'll see how Kevin fares on the technical descent as we come back to Kat Matthews, who looks really good, in control, aggressive as she always does, and is doing some damage to this women's field.
No, she certainly is. And so, Daniela, you were able to get a little info out of Mark. And do you know, like, obviously it sounds like it was planned, and they actually don't have a power meter, or they just have like the number covered? Are they gathering that information, or is she's just going with the flow, and what happens happens?
I don't know if she has it on and not looking at it, but from what I heard is she has no power meter on her bike, so she took it off.
Awesome.
And yeah, I think it's a smart move if that's what she does, because especially on a course like this, it's so steep. You're going to go higher than your threshold, that's for sure. And because you have that little part after you can recover, you do have to go really deep, and you can't just have a constant output over the watts over the whole distance. And I think, yes.
I was gonna say, I would disagree with the strategy to not have one at all. I would want to gather the data, maybe don't look at it, but I think in retrospect, you learn. Like, if this is a great, successful strategy and she turns out an extraordinary bike performance, you're gonna want to know the hows and whys in the execution of it in retrospect, I would think. But
I disagree, because the problem is, if you have a power meter on, and even if you don't look at it, you still know you're gonna see the numbers. And that means your ego is going to push maybe more stupid numbers because you want to show it on Strava later, and it's going to influence you mentally. And I think that's why either you don't look at it and just take it off, and then you're free. And I think that's how I always liked to race. It's just a race, and it doesn't matter. I mean, of course you're learning from the data, but you have so much data also from the training. In the end, yeah, she might never know what power she pushed, but she might win the race. And so that's a little bit like what you want to have, a com on Strava or win a race.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, especially with Kat. She comes off as a very confident athlete, and she is in a lot of ways. And I think, though, that she's getting to a challenging point in her career, is that she is trying to win a world championship, and she is one of the best in the sport. And you can still see there are times where she doesn't have confidence in herself breaking through to that next level. Like, there's times where you can see that she's just not sure that she can possibly do it. And this is a great way to be like, just go with how you feel. You don't have to look at these numbers. And, seeing how she was getting in and out of that saddle, it's a different type of momentum when you're just going with the flow. You're in that flow state. You're not looking down at the power meter. And, ride up that climb as best as you want, and then descend it, and we'll see what run legs you have when you're done.
Yeah, I'd still want the data in retrospect.
Well,
and I'm not even on Strava. I could care less about Strava.
But on the
I think
nerd
it's an
scale,
opportunity to learn.
On the nerd scale, you're pretty far to the right, if I'm being honest. So I appreciate it. But you do make a good point. But we'll see. Kat Matthews is trying different things. And again, Daniela, and again, you might not know how they relate to this so much, but Kat is also in a space where she wants to desperately win a world championship, and she's locking horns with some athletes that are winning these world championships that are just doing crazy things. And so she has to kind of think outside of the box and do it quickly, because the sport is progressing so fast.
Yeah, I mean, she still has quite some time, but I think I agree. She had some fantastic races at the World Championship. She got second twice in the big stage, and I think she definitely would deserve that big win. But yeah, like we said, we saw it in the earlier year. She bet Taylor Knipp at Ironman Texas, which was an absolutely fantastic performance, and then she lost to Laura Philipp in Ironman Hamburg, which was, it was one of the best races of her lives and of all time. And I think it shows the level that she's at, and she's definitely capable of winning the big stage.
And right now we're alongside American Chris Leiferman. As we see, he's been well dropped, but we can see him on this technical section of the course in the descent, trying to bridge up to one of the athletes in front of him. So Chris Leiferman, again, Didi, as you said, an athlete looking for the World Championships in Nice. And last time we had World Championships on a different challenging course in St. George, Chris Leiferman was, I believe, 4th place there. So he has great experience over the World Championship distance over courses outside of Kona. And, he's hoping to kind of gain some fitness. He hasn't really shown yet this year as he builds in, as we actually were able to sit down and chat with Leiferman and get kind of his mindset going into this race.
I did this in 2015 and kind of familiar with it, and 2 weeks before Worlds, it's just perfect timing. What excites me is that I've gotten a lot better at climbing. The training for this race and for Nice have just been very specific for it. In 2015, I was very unprepared, so I know coming back to it is just going to be a whole different story. I'm looking to, just wanting to get ahead of the schedule, and when you get that 2 weeks in, you get a 70.3 effort, just super spicy, something that just overcooking it, and that then I can just kind of rest and recover for 2 weeks.
Oh, well, maybe I should get on Strava. And there we go. That's Chris Leiferman. Of note, he's had a slow start to the season. He had a bad hip injury at the start of the year, so he was slow to get going. He actually and Kevin McDowell were traveling companions this week, so the two Americans heading over to race here. Chris in preparation for Nice, and obviously Kevin McDowell having just a barn burner of a day.
Oh, he certainly is. It's cool to know that those two athletes were out here traveling together and doing a little bit of training, but definitely in different sections of the course right now. And Kevin McDowell just, again, putting everybody in his rearview mirror. And again, we didn't do predictions, and I'm glad we didn't, because I'm always wrong anyways, but I certainly would not have predicted Kevin McDowell to be off the front of a bike group that started with 20 athletes, right? That's huge. And we do know that there are some incredibly talented runners behind that, again, Danielle are going to run in that 108 probably range, if not faster, although probably not with that challenging of a bike ride in their legs. But what type of gap do you think, and we know Kevin is a good runner as well, but what type of gap do you think Kevin needs to hold up the podium performance that he had in Boulder?
I mean, it's hard to say. It depends also how much effort he gave for the bike performance. But I would definitely say, if he runs maybe a 111, 112, which is a good run for him, I would say, then he would need 3 or 4 minutes, because I could see the fastest definitely going under 110. You said it right. It's not the fastest course in general, especially because the bike performance will take, or the hill will take quite some strength out of the legs. But I expect still to see really fast running, especially from Lasse Priester and also Fabian Kraft.
We're back here with our women's leader, Kat Matthews. And again, just looking at her face and her expression, she is kind of in that flow state as she gets over the last section of this climb here. And definitely she sits down, takes a deep breath, but she's just kind of in that zone. And again, we could debate all day long whether or not having power on your bike is a good thing or not, but an athlete still has a choice whether or not they're going to look at it and be driven by it. And I think Kat is showing now that when you're going with feel, and maybe you can observe the power later in segments to help you benefit your pacing strategy, but when you're going with feel, you're getting the most out of your body in a way that it's going to be able to perform later. And then on the right side of the screen, we see Solveig Lovseth does not seem as quote-unquote flow state as Kat Matthews. Gearing looks a little bit different as well. Obviously, that's going to be more challenging on the steeper sections of this climb, but you can tell she looks a little bit more stiff. She's forcing the effort that she's trying to put out because she's chasing. She wants to be up there where Kat Matthews is riding her bike. It's a very different situation.
Where Solveig Lovseth had said before the race that she prefers a flatter course. Watching this footage, especially side by side along Kat Matthews, I now believe her.
Good thing for her. Kona is not going to be as hilly as this race. But of course, this race still means quite a lot, because I would say like mentally having a race 6 weeks before a big race, it gives you confidence. And I mean, Kat looks really great. She just looks like she's in a flow and she's on a mission. And once you're there, like I think that's her strength as well, that she can really then give everything in there. Where I think Solveig, she seems to have a bit of like a struggle with the gears. Maybe she is missing 1 or 2 gears here to really get a bit of a smoother cadence.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Daniela, because I think that is an important difference. And Solveig might have more in her right now, but to me it's very clear that the mechanical aspect and tactically choices going into this race were very different between an athlete like Kat Matthews and Solveig. Kat Matthews has a much smaller gear on the front and bigger climbing gear on the back, where Solveig is at the limit. You can see the difference here. And once you get to that, and maybe talk us through that, Daniela, once you get to that point where you're pushing against resistance and you're not able to get into the cadence that you're used to and that you're comfortable in, the effect that it can have on the legs. As we look at Kat Matthews, she's maybe 15, 20 RPMs higher than Solveig Løvseth.
Yeah, I think it depends. Like if you're a person who can deal with big chain, like big gears, then it can be okay. But I would say Solveig is not famous for pushing these really, really big gears. And I think it's also a little bit of a decision on what chain rings you use. If you go with a 56 and 42, you have then an advantage on the downhill, because there is a section where you would want to have a big chain ring, like a 56, where if you go with a 39 and maybe a 54 or 52, then it might be better for the uphill, but then you might run out of gears on the downhill. So it's that tactic or that decision you have to make, and then you can't have. I mean, you can have both, but then you have a big chance of losing the gear between a 56 and a 39.
Yeah, no, I think that's very well said. And obviously there's a lot more gearing than there used to be back in the days. The ranges and the equipment that the component groups are putting out has a lot more. And I think, to me, it's a very easy decision on a course like this, because it's so hilly. And what we're seeing with Solveig is that you want to be able to have a gear in case you're not feeling as best as you want to feel. You want a bailout so that you can have those high RPMs and spin up. And to me, it's diminishing returns to an extent, right? Because going on a downhill, you going 45 miles an hour instead of 42 is not going to give you as much as you're going to lose if you can't get in the correct climbing gear for a large portion of a climb.
Yeah, and the damage you do up the hill when you have to go in a wrong gear is quite extreme. It seems like she's, I mean, it's probably a little bit less steep here, but she's back moving solid. And let's also not forget that I think Kat is really, really fast today. So still a great performance from Solveig Løvseth. We have high expectations from her, but the race is not over. And I think also the downhill will still can show some surprises.
Like, again, just the side-by-side here is fantastic in terms of, to me, even the body language. Kat just looks more engaged, more aggressive, and Solveig, I mean, obviously this is a really challenging climb, but she almost looks defeated already, and part of that may be the low cadence, but she looks to me visually kind of defeated by this climb.
So I just got a message from Mark. He texted me the chain ring, so he must be listening. So Kat is riding a 58, so even higher than I thought.
Jeez.
And a 40 with a 11.34. So good for her. She's definitely not going to run out of gears on the downhill.
Yeah, or struggle on the uphill. Obviously, it's a great range.
Yeah, with that 34, again, the rear cassettes are crazy compared to what they used to be. The range that the athletes have, and the ability to shift from a 58 to a 40 is crazy. And just over that climb, it looks like Kat Matthews is 48 seconds up over Lisa Perder, and we'll be able to get more gaps on the rest of the athletes here pretty soon.
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Meet IRONMAN from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. IRONMAN by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience.
There we get a shot of Kevin McDowell getting past, I believe that's Gregor Pavitt, but don't have too good of an eye on that number. It could be Pricer as well, but those athletes all coming over the climb in pretty close proximity. Nick Thompson is in 7th place, not too far behind, but it looked like about 9 athletes, again, getting over that climb in a similar, within 20 seconds. And then it looks like these athletes kind of bridge back up to Kevin McDowell on that descent, as we see Kevin going through in this aid station, putting some water over his shoulders, and then choosing to fill his aero bottle in between his arms as they go through this beautiful, beautiful valley here outside of Zell.
I would say that was an extraordinary descent from Gregor Payet because Kevin had amassed a pretty decent lead by the top of the climb, so some master descending skills from Gregor to come past Kevin here at the bottom of the descent. So now Kevin has a little bit of company and someone to chase through these flatter sections of the course.
Yeah, here we got a nice overhead shot of kind of what we're talking about, the group back together as they head kind of on this flat section. I think this is Daniela, where we're going to see the athletes that have paced themselves well. Probably not, there's going to take a little bit of time till everybody kind of settles after the descent and, finds where they're at in the group. But I think we will see athletes like maybe a Nick Thompson going to the front at these late stages. And, we know that recovery from that climb can help some athletes, but it's the athlete, especially those kind of longer distance Ironman focused athletes, are going to be able to really push the last 20, 30K.
Yeah, it's still a lot can happen in this last 30K. It's also that moment when you had that downhill, you're full of speed, and then you really have to work again to get the speed, can be critical. It seems like they're really flying. A fantastic shot here through the fields of Zell MC. And they're having some time trialing ahead now, so being in a group can help, but it seems like it's definitely a bit more than 12 meters here. He's seems like he's pushing.
No, he certainly is. And Daniela, we did get some word out from the course that Kat Matthews, again, was 48 seconds in front of her. Nina Duran was 2 minutes back, and then 3 minutes back to Solveig Lovseth with Daisy Davies at 3:40. Are you surprised by any of those splits going over that climb?
Yeah, I think Nina Darrow is showing a great race today. She had actually also a good swim. We haven't talked about her much, but she's been up there now on the bike and really holding strong. And the gap is is quite small. I think she's really showing a great race. She raced in Emberman and Alpe d'Huez just a few weeks ago, so I think she's definitely used to the hills. And Swiss girl, sister to Julie Deron, the Olympic silver medalist from last year. She's definitely up there against the best of the world.
It'll be a great day in Kona for the Darren family with two of their daughters racing out there. Both of them, I think Julie probably the better known athlete, or at least with the results, but Nina definitely, she's been racing for a few years coming into her own, and this is an outstanding performance for her in a stellar field.
Yeah, she's training in St. Moritz, same with her sister, so they do a lot of training together, and also I think they're very close to each other. Having the support from each other also at the races means a lot to them, and I think it's nice to have that family feeling when you go into the races. I guess they know each other well, and they seem to be able to still share rooms even they're both racing. So it's really nice to see them going to Kona together this year.
Yeah, it's a pretty special moment in the Darren family, no doubt, and a special moment today, her showing kind of her class in the field, and as you said, kind of a great swim from her and backing it up on the bike, and we see this shot from the drone of our men's field, some movement happening there, athlete moving up into second place, again, pretty evenly staggered, so not a ton of opportunity for these athletes to make passes, especially when you've got an athlete on the front pushing the pace as fast as Gregor seems to be, but still some descending, and Didi, as you said, definitely some very confident descenders in the men's and women's field, but right now we see the class of this athlete at the front of the course.
Yeah, definitely a faster section of the course here, and athletes taking advantage of the speed coming out of the descent back into the time trial position. This is Dominic Suija, an athlete we had a chance to chat with before today's race. Let's catch up with Dominic.
Oh yeah, pretty long time, but I really liked the course back then. So back then as an age grouper, 2015 Ironman World Championships. So I'm not the best swimmer, so I really like it if there are some hills in the course. So here's a pretty long climb, especially for Worlds in Nice in 2 weeks. It's a pretty good test, I would say. It's quite nice and great honor to have number one besides all these great athletes. Quite easy to underestimate the field here because lots of rockets from the short course are at the start line here. So really looking forward to the battle out there. I can push good numbers and I really can, I would say, handle my bike, so I'm quite fast downhill. Then we will see. And I also capable of running really fast with really destroyed legs, so I hope I can show that on Sunday.
Hoping to show it on Sunday. Not his finest performance yet here today. He's got a little work cut out for him a little further back the field as our men's leaders are approaching 58K, coming up to one of my favorite spots on the course. It's the Ferry Porsche Congress Center. Of course, the Porsche family has made Zell MC their longstanding Austrian home and is a prominent company based here in Zell MC. And they've been here since 1941. Now serving both as a family retreat, burial site for older family members, and just a great place if you want to go check out some fancy cars at the Porsche Center.
I'd say it seems like a pretty
It'd be nice
pretty
if they
great place.
gave a Porsche to the winner.
Indeed, don't put us in the spot. That's too much. I'm pretty sure Kat would be excited about that, but I think she's still probably excited about her performance there. And again, looking at her face and kind of her demeanor, she does look relaxed. She's obviously pressing. We can see that she's biting her lip there a little bit, but again, looks composed and looks comfortable, and doing a great job at the front of the course.
Really smooth. She's always been a powerful cyclist, and I think her technique, she's smoothed out a little bit. She had a coaching change at the start of the year, looking to a more cycling-specific coach to help her build on that strength that she already had, but closed the gap to some of her competitors, and it is paying dividends. She looks fantastic, both aerodynamically and just smooth and efficient.
Maybe you can also look at the bottle decision. I just noticed she chose to go without a back, the bottle on the back. So that means she's really trying to save weight. Definitely smart decision on that as well. She's only having one bottle between her arms, and then most likely there will be a bottle in the frame, so she can have still the possibility to refill the drinks. In a course like this, you want to go as light as possible, and not having a bottle on the back will also reduce the risk that it could fall out, because sometimes we see athletes, they popping bottles everywhere. That makes them losing the energy as well, because in a bottle like this, it's normally the athletes work with concentrate, so they put either a really high concentrated carb powders, or they even use gels, and that means in a bottle like this is around 1,000 up to 1,500 calories. And if you lose a bottle like this, that means you have to somehow get these calories in, which can be very difficult.
Yeah, no, we can see she's almost run through that bottle that's in between her bars. But to me, big news on course right there in the last 10K and that descent. Purder has brought back almost 25 seconds on Kat Matthews. So Kat Matthews just 22 seconds in front of Purder. So Purder, definitely the big mover. Durand is still 2 minutes and actually 8 seconds back, so lost a little bit of time to the leader. So big mover on course right now is Lisa trying, right now we didn't see it in that last shot, but she can almost certainly see Kat and the motos around Kat, and I would bet that she's going to find a way to bridge back up to Kat with the momentum she's taking off of that descent. So there is still a race out here on the bike. Kat Matthews being chased down by Lisa Purder.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes
good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it. You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We're here with coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer, joined by Matt Lieto and Daniela Reif. Our men are through about 60 kilometers on the bike, through the climb and the technical descent. They have regrouped as a large group at the front, although not as big as it was at the start of the climb. So the climb did its damage, Daniela.
As it's to be expected, the climb always helps to spread groups. Still actually surprising how big the group is. It's still quite a number of athletes in there, and I think it's up to the maybe not the best runners who have to do the move now. So I'm looking at someone like Nick Thompson. If he wants to have a shot at the podium, I think it would be his time now to go, as we have such strong runners in the field, and also still one of the top runners are still in this group. So we have Fabian Kraft in there, we have Schaufler in there. Let's see, where is Lasse Priester actually?
He's in there as well. Yeah, he's in there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we got right
so
down
yeah,
the lead.
strong group.
Yeah, Gregor Payet in the lead at the moment. And as you said, Priester is in that group, and we were able to sit down and chat with him with our Fighting Chance crew. Let's see what Priester was up to leading into this race.
You speak Danish?
Yeah.
More?
Ja,
That's all I know.
jeg snakker dansk helt almindeligt her. Flydende.
Nice.
Schön.
Are the legs moving?
Yeah, it was nice.
After some long travel?
Yeah, exactly. Always stiff, and then especially in the morning.
You've seen the race. You've seen the start list.
Yeah.
Anyone on there you've got like an eye on?
I know some names I want to watch, and then of course myself. I mean, I have some stuff I want to do, and then it's good, I think.
What's your favorite discipline?
Oh, for sure, it's running. I enjoy it the most.
Is it?
It's I mean, it can be quite tough in racing. There, I'm not sure sometimes, but in training, it's amazing. Yeah, last year was a little not the usual setback with the heart attack. Pretty strange, and took me a little to understand. And I'm super happy that I can still do the sport. And last year, watching the race, and that was one of the races where I was like, okay, I would put that one on the bucket list, and really looking forward to Sunday.
A couple of 70.3 races this year, Krajka.
Yeah, exactly. No, that was a little like how I wanted it. Second try, and there it went well. Straight from the beginning, I felt good, and I could do a good race.
So you say you're most looking forward to the run on Sunday?
The main focus here, from interest, is maybe the bike because of the hill. But I think the decision will be on the run. So I will focus on the run.
He's focusing on the run, but doing a pretty good job being at the front of the bike ride. And I did apologize, misidentified him, because Payet is actually in the same exact kit. So, seeing them swap places there, I think Payet now is in about 5th place, but it's definitely Priester in the front of the lead, or in the lead of the group at the moment, doing his thing and doing it well.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we start to sort of, and Daniela did it right before our little visit there with Priester, but talking about some of the caliber of run that is still in this lead group. Obviously, Lasse Priester, Fabian Kraft, another one of our great runners. So when we start to look ahead, Cameron Main also in touch with this group as well. So fireworks could start to crackle here as the men start to smell the end of this Zoot bike course and foreshadow ahead to the run course and some of our favorites once they get on 2 feet.
Yeah, and Danielle, are you surprised at all? I know I am, that with all the dynamics that were happening on that bike ride, breaking up on the climb and then some bridging and some breaking up on the descent, that we have essentially a group of 9 in the late stages of the bike.
Yeah, it is a big group, although they are all solid riders as well. Lots of them coming from the short distance. So I think it is a course that's quite suitable for short distance athletes, because you have to maybe over push a bit on that hill. But I'm surprised how aero they look. I mean, they have probably had a few months or maybe half a year of time to get, dialed in on their bike. Maybe they have not been able to do much testing, but they do look quite dialed in on their bikes and very comfortable. So the race is still totally open. Same on the women. Surprisingly, that Lisa Percher made up some time on the downhill. Really I would assume she might have just gone all out, take the risk. It's her home crowd race in her home country. And I think maybe with Kat, I don't know, she might also have a little bit in the back head that there's Kona coming on the downhill that can maybe have a bit of an impact of that you don't take full risk, which I would understand if she did that. But she's still in a very comfortable position and looking great.
Yeah, and then, we talked about the gearing being a separator on an uphill and a downhill, but it's also pacing, right? If you've paced your effort to really push that climb, you're not going to have maybe the momentum or the fire in the legs when you get to the top to push that pace on the way down. And certainly Lisa has, as has Solveig Lofstad. She's pulled back just about 15, 20 seconds on Kat Matthews, but a little bit more on Duran and separated herself from Daisy Davies. So no doubt she's using that bigger gear that she has to be able to try to push a pace and make up ground that she lost on that climb.
And I will say, by observation, Lisa Percher is a very, very skilled descender. She's an exceptional technical rider. She was doing some training in Boulder, Colorado earlier this summer, and some training partners had the opportunity to ride with her and just commented on how smooth and confident she is technically on particularly the descent. So she definitely has that skill there in her back pocket.
And a beautiful overhead shot of our women's leader. And it looks like, I don't think that's Perter that's bridged up at this point. It could be a male pro that has been passed, but we'll see here pretty soon if that's the case. It does look like it's
male pro,
one of the male pros. But Kat Matthews in control at this moment as she rolls through this beautiful, beautiful valley here in the Austrian Alps.
Again, this flatter, more aero section gives the athletes an opportunity. A course like this is great because, everyone tends to say that, flat courses are easier, but in many ways they're so difficult because you're locked into one position in a course that is as dynamic as this one here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. Gives the athletes a lot of opportunity to be up, not only just sitting climbing, but standing climbing, and that varied position, I think, can actually be a welcome reprieve from, conversely, just a pancake flat course.
So you're saying this course is easy?
I'm saying this course is so easy. I could do this course with one leg tied behind my back.
No, I know what you're saying, because it does suit, and I'm glad you said that. It does suit different athletes differently, right? And the way athletes might train, and if people at home, use power meters and talk about average watts versus normalized watts, this is a course that's very much going to suit someone who tends to have a bigger difference between their average watts and the normalized watts, because they've trained those zones where they can go up and down a little bit more. Where
the short course athlete.
The short course athlete, as you guys pointed out earlier. But, that flat course is, again, that same gear over and over again. And Danielle, maybe you can speak to this as, again, they go through this beautiful section of the course. The differences in the course can also really benefit just getting you excited to be there. And this is Lisa Perter.
Yep.
So that was Lisa that had bridged up to Kat. And again, she's finding this course dynamic. And what is Kat going to say, Daniela, in her head or maybe out loud when Lisa Perter comes over and maybe passes her? And we are on live television, so...
Yeah, I mean, she's not going to swear, I think, but it depends. I mean, she has the benefit that she has one of the strongest run. So even if she would start the bike with some time behind, she can still win this race. But I think what's more hard now is if you're pushing hard and then someone catches you. So for the ego, but also for the mental aspect, it can be a little bit, shattering or maybe a bit demotivating or surprising. Let's not forget that she did not know where Lisa was, because it's really hard to give timings in this loop, as the downhill, the supporters cannot go there. So she just pretty much was on her own, where Lisa, she would get the timing splits to Kat because she was behind her. So that is actually much easier than to make up time. So I would not be surprised if they just work together, and then Kat is going to push it, hammer down on the run.
I'm going to agree 100%, Daniela. I think knowing Kat not super well, but just by observing her racing style, I think for her to get caught by Lisa, obviously not ideal, but I think in Kat's mind, she's thinking, game on. It's an opportunity, to your point, to stand up and race, right? Like, we're here to race, and I think every opportunity you get to go toe-to-toe with someone, I think Kat is absolutely a racer and thrives on the competition. I think she's actually going to be okay with this.
You're
Not
right,
ideal,
and you're
but
right
okay.
in that she's a racer, and I'm going to completely disagree. I think she's going to be totally ticked off because she went with her feel. She thought that she absolutely drilled that climb, and on long straightaways, I think you're right, Danielle, and I'm glad you pointed that out, that the leader doesn't get splits. But she's going to take a cheeky look over the shoulder on that long section of the climb and see if she's got some kind of a gap. And knowing Kat, and I'm not disagreeing that she's going to respond. And I think it's that her being ticked off is going to allow her to respond and get to work. But I think in her head, she probably had this vision of her riding away. And it might put some doubt in, right? Because you're right, she's not getting any splits. So she'll be thinking, wait, if Lisa's here, how far back is Solveig?
Right.
Right? Like, it's not just about Lisa, it's about her momentum. So there is that ability for that self-doubt to come in. But again, she's a champion, she's gonna respond to it. But I do think she's gonna have some mumbling of curse words under her breath there. But back to the men's race. And still at the front, cruising quite well is Preister. We'll see if it seems like he's okay with just kind of taking the load of the work at this last section of the course. And again, this is kind of when maybe you would tactically kind of look at your shoulder and maybe do that elbow wag to see if somebody else would pull through, because you're like, okay, we got this group. Okay, Kevin, I know you did the work on the climb, but now you're second wheel, like take a pull, because now it will come down to a certain extent of running race between, possibly these 9. Again, the quality of the field is so high that, that chase group is within 2 minutes. So there might be an athlete or two coming through, but the race is almost certainly for the win out of this group.
You would say so, just given some of the run talent that we have still in this lead group. I would say 100% that almost the entire podium, it would be very unusual for somebody in this 9, for someone to come outside of this 9 to fight in for the podium, just given how talented a lot of these men are as runners. Of interest to me, though, Kevin McDowell, I can't say enough, he's super fiery. Like, as they came down the descent and this group sort of got back together, he went to the back of this group, and I thought for a second, maybe he overdid it on that climb a little bit, but he's feisty and he's made his way back, second, third wheel here. So Kevin McDowell is showing he's here to play.
Yeah, he certainly is. And I think that I'm glad you made that point, because it's one thing to realize that you're okay and you're back and you're feeling good, but it's another thing to be like, no, I'm going to position myself back at the front because this is where I'm trying to shine. And again, also because you could be in the back of that group and be like, okay, this group is probably not going to get split up. I think a good runner or anybody in this group could just sit in the back and be like, I'm just going to ride this thing in and see who runs the best, and I'm going to do as little work as possible. Danielle, what's the motivation if you're in this group and you don't think you have the bike legs to maybe separate it? What's the motivation to continue to push that pace? Is it just to make sure you're like, okay, that group's 2 minutes back. I know there's a lot of guys that can run 2 minutes faster than me. Is it maybe an athlete in the front that's pushing an athlete that's not expecting to win and that's trying to hold on to that 6th, 7th, 8th place?
Yeah, I think there's two things. You don't want the other athletes to bridge back up, but I'm surprised actually that Lasse Preister is pushing, because I would say he belongs to definitely one of the stronger runners in the field, so he could technically just wait. Another reason why to lead is to just show yourself, make a name for yourself, and actually be on the screen. As it's also helpful for the sponsors, and if you're always in the pack, it's harder to find a bike sponsor. Where if you actually in the front, you have more more visibility, which helps as well. But technically, or tactically, at the moment, there's not really any reasons to lead except that they don't want to have the second pack catching up.
I'm glad you made that point, and because it's cool to see the impact that the Ironman Pro Series and the coverage that we're bringing is having on these athletes and the way that they're approaching it, and coming from the mindset of someone like you that's so accomplished, is that obviously you want to race well, and that clearly is the biggest goal from these athletes, but getting yourself out there and getting that, we just talked about Kevin McDowell for 15 minutes straight because he was in the lead at that point. He might not be there at the end, but everybody watching has seen that. And again, those potential sponsors are seeing that. And women have gone through another split. Lofseth is still 2:45 back, but she's passed Nina for third place. So making some moves there, but still, again, just under 3 minutes behind the women that we see on screen on the right-hand side, and that's Lisa Purter and Kat Matthews.
Yeah, and I think there's also the ethic codex, that if there's a group, you don't want to just hide, especially in the short distance athletes. I think it's very common that as they're having drafting there, if you have athletes who never take the lead, it's not well seen. So you're not going to make friends by doing that. And maybe that's why also Lasse Priester is maybe just saying, hey, I'm also taking a lead, or pushing a bit, and then he might let someone else do some work as well.
As he absolutely did, as we take a look at our AG1 supplemental stats at kilometer 72.5 for Lasse Priester. The estimated time at the next time split 2:18:46. His average speed through that last segment 48.08 kilometers per hour. And to your point, Daniela, letting Kevin McDowell back to the front of the race, having someone else take a pull, and looks like a little bit of daylight opening there. Kevin McDowell drilling it pretty hard. Looks like another athlete moving into second position to try to shut that gap down.
Yeah, trying to shut it down. And one thing I'm surprised, and I don't know that he's hiding per se, as what Daniela was shooting for, because he has so much pride in his bike, but I'm wondering if the speed has been so high right now. And Nick Thompson, I have not seen him at the front at all, but he's comfortably in that group.
Yes.
He's probably not, he's training through this race almost certainly, right? Because he's got the World Championship here and not too much time, and obviously preparing for a very, very difficult course. So that might be a little bit of sting in his legs, but I am surprised that he's not showing kind of his cycling prowess to this point.
And to your point, it could just be a bit of dull legs, having that Ironman volume in them, and sort of being happy to take a back seat. No doubt would have had a pretty short rest into this, given the fact that after this we'll take his rest into the World Championship. It could just be a little bit of that sort of dullness you get in your legs from that training volume, preparing for the full distance Ironman coming up. Only a couple of our men's athletes doing that double between this and Nice in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, it would be a pretty hard double. If I had to think of a challenging 70.3 to Ironman doubles, it would be these two. And you can see the men on the left-hand side of the screen on the out and back section, so that chase group and the ones and twos and chasers are seeing the dynamics and how big that front group is, and that's going to be very deflating and a positive thing for the athletes in this group that are shooting for that top 10 pacing and result. And so Daniela, on the right, we've seen Lisa again bridge up to Kat, but never, doesn't seem like, at least when we've seen on screen, move past Kat. Do you expect to see her kind of just be, okay, this is where I want to be, my only chance to maybe beat Kat is to be as comfortable and fresh as possible off of the bike, or do you think at some point she's going to put her nose in the wind?
I think if she could, she probably would make the move. It's for her already quite a big move that she caught back up, and I think it might be that the Kat didn't go all the risk on the downhill, and then now she's picking up the pace again, and that it's actually quite hard for Lisa Purter to hold the wheel. And actually here on the men, I think it's an interesting section. It's the only section where you see the other athletes. So it's that 3 kilometers where they go out and back, and it's most likely the first time they actually see how big of a gap they have to the group behind, which is very helpful. That might give a bit of a change in the dynamic. If they see that it's big enough, the pace might slow down a bit, as they have been pushing quite hard, most likely of the reason that they didn't know how far of a gap they have.
And are you surprised at all that, because you can do that, and I think that's a great point on that out and back, what those athletes are looking at, but it could also be, for me, you could be one of those athletes that maybe doesn't think they have a podium chance against the athletes they're with here, can see that that gap's big enough for them maybe to do something risky and go for it and go off the front. And I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen any athletes go off the front on this men's group, and we'll have you maybe point to that when we get back to the action here in just a few minutes.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
And we're back here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun with one of our male leaders cruising through the later stages of the bike ride here.
At this stage of the bike course, Daniela, they've got just over 10 kilometers to go to get back into the town of Zell. What is going through these athletes' minds? What are the details they're looking after here in the closing stages of the Zoot bike course?
Yeah, I think it's coming close to the run, but also it's too early to think too much about the run, because 10K you can still lose a bit of time, as we can just see here. The athlete on the back is just lost a little bit of the group. You don't want to get that happening. So whenever I was racing, I always try to think of the chance to still make an effort, because if you ride faster the last 10K, you can then maybe run a little bit slower in the first bit. But as these athletes, they're coming together from a big group, so I don't think it's going to be a slow first kilometers on the run. As you can see, he's just stretching a bit, so I guess it gives him the time as he's riding in the group that you can still kind of stretch your leg a bit, and also the back, because they have been pushing hard for a long time in the TT position, and also the steep hills definitely have their impact on the body. And now it's about positioning as well. You don't want to be last of this group, because that means you have already a 10-15 seconds penalty kind of on the start of the other guys.
And there's no doubt that the pace is being pushed at the front of this
Ooh.
race in this group, and
That was a
certainly
corner.
technically around the corner for sure. And we see an athlete looking like trying to overtake for the lead, and that was, as you mentioned, Daniela, an athlete getting dropped when we first went to this shot was Cabrera, who's in 9th place. So this group is now 8 strong. As we again see the pace not letting up at all as they come up to 80 kilometers.
Yeah, we see Thompson now in 3rd place. I would assume if he could have, he probably would have made the attack by now. He's coming from the Pyrenees, training from the altitude, and that can be also sometimes that you don't feel amazing when you don't have the right day you picked. And everyone is moving fast, and it's most likely going to come to the run that the win is definitely going to be decided in the run.
Yeah, no, this group definitely is staying together of this 8. Again, some getting popped off the back. I think you make a great point that you want to be as far up as possible.
These are the chasers. This is a chase pack that is further back. So we're getting our first look. Our cameraman moved a little bit further back to some of the chase groups. So we're getting our first look at some of these athletes who are giving chase to our men at the front here. Bib number 22, Raphael Luktish. So yeah, we're back with some of our chasers now who are out of touch with the lead group, but our cameraman making his way back towards the front of the race. Getting a look at some of these athletes here as we go. We saw one of the athletes there giving a bit of a wave to the cameraman, so vibes are definitely high here in the closing stages of the Zoot bike course.
And it's a bit of a technical part again, lots of corners through the village. So it's important to stay still concentrated. You don't want to go on a pavement or the sidewalk. So yeah, concentration is needed now, and everyone is going to be a bit nervous trying to get that correct spot for the start of the run.
Yep, we saw Hoffman there. This is bib number 57, checking in with Damien La Messenière from France.
And again, these athletes are about 2.5 minutes behind from that last checkpoint. We did see our men's lead group of 8 go through 80 kilometers. And that was Kraft in the lead with McDowell, Preister, and Nick Thompson in 4th, with Maine sitting there in 5th. And again, a big comeback from Maine after having a fair bit of injury this year and trying to build into the last half of the season and doing well. And again, this is kind of our chase group, about 2.5 minutes back. You might see 1 or 2 move into the top 6, 7, but probably not really going to make their way past top 5 is my, kind of top end of what they're capable of being that far back.
So what time you guess are they going to run today? I mean, we have Kevin Main. I saw his PB on a 5 kilometers is 13:53. That's pretty fast.
What? That's real?
That's real?
Yeah, that's what.
That's not on roller skates?
No, I don't think so. So I mean, he ran 108, 109 in his 70.3 races. So I definitely think today is going to be full on the run.
The funny thing is that while this is a flat and should be, in theory, fast course, and temperatures today pretty idyllic, not too hot, not too cold, this hasn't historically been a fast run course. And in part, we touched on the fact that because the bike course is so challenging, it tends to take it out of the legs. It would be super exciting to see some sub 110 bike or run splits here today.
I think we will, and I'm going to go ahead and call it.
How many? Over, under?
That's not what I'm talking about right now. What I'm talking about is, I think Cameron Main has been one of those athletes that's kind of hidden. And again, yes. I think he's coming off of injury a little bit, so probably trying to be as patient as possible. And I think he has the ability, especially with that run that's ridiculous, under 14 minutes for a 5K is, world class amongst runners, that he's certainly, I think, in the driver's seat to have the race-winning run in those legs. But I think athletes under 110, I think we'll see 3 But I think maybe we'll see one athlete in the 108s, and that's going to be the athlete that wins this race. My crystal ball says that, at least.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think?
Is it working today?
We'll see.
I don't
It
know.
never does.
That's why I asked the question. I asked the question of things I don't know.
I'm well aware of what you're trying to do here. Yeah, Daniela, what do you think? Again, we've shown that this course, the run course, is not always that fast because of what the athletes are putting out there on the bike. But with the dynamics of this group still being together, do you think we have a few sub-110s in the men's group?
Yeah, I would say it makes a difference, especially that last time trial section when you're in a group. Even though if you have the 12 meters apart, you still have a little bit of a benefit. You can rest a little bit in a corner maybe and wait for a few seconds to pedal like you're just doing here. And so yeah, that helps to just come a little bit more fresh into the TTs too. But let's still not forget, they rode pretty fast. They did put in some really high numbers, and their legs are not going to be fresh, that's for sure. But these athletes are used to push hard of a hard bike.
And right now, I think we're in behind fourth place. I believe that's Nick Thompson as we go through a beautiful section of this valley. And again, Nick coming off as second place at Ironman Cairns. Great result from him, led till very late stages, only to be surpassed by Matthew Marquardt. Yeah, Nick Thompson prides himself on a good bike ride, but again, well-rounded athlete as well. And if I must say, with that helmet, I don't know if you've ever seen Spaceballs, but it looks like he kind of looks like one of the guys from the Spaceballs. Danielle, I could see that you've definitely seen that movie. But we'll see if he uses that magic ring at any point on this run, because he might need it, because it is going to be fast. And I will point out, Daniela, that at least when you raced the World Championship, we didn't really have the super shoes situation. So some of these run splits that we're talking about, clearly, I know I would have run 108 every time off the bike if I had super shoes. But, it does change things a little bit when we look at history. And obviously, race dynamics change. The athletes obviously are improving. Bike technology helps that as well. But we're going to see these times historically just get so much faster than we thought that they could be.
Yeah, the development of the material also on the bike, but especially also on the run, are really incredible. And I actually checked Jan Frodeno's run time when he won the World Championship here in Zell MC at 70.3. He ran a 1:16, and he's a pretty fast runner.
Yeah.
He won the Olympics in Beijing with his run. So I think that shows that this course is hard, and the runs are not automatically fast. And then also it shows that these shoes are just really, the carbon plate shoes are giving you such a bounce, and that you feel much faster, and it's less energy you have to put in.
Yeah,
so let's just say right now that Jan would have run 59 if he had had the carbon shoes back in the day.
Probably. He's always got a tailwind, that guy for sure. And it's compounding too, though, because as you said, the cushion and the being able to feel dynamic with those shoes late in the run also has more impact, I think, off of very hard bike rides, right? The harder the course, the more impact that has, because you're not getting as much quad fatigue late in the run with those super shoes as you would with the flats that we were running on 10 years ago.
Yes, they're much less direct, so the muscles will feel less sore from the impact of the running. They are a bit more wobbly, although the producer are getting much better in bringing in stability as well, because especially on a long distance race, but also 70.3, if you have a few corners, which on this course is maybe not that much because the run is quite straightforward. But if you have a lot of corners and have high stack shoes with a little bit of instability, then it can be really hard. But I think the improvement of the running brands for the shoes are really impressive, and definitely you can look at a 10-second per kilometer that you're just faster with these shoes.
Yeah, no, it makes a big difference for sure.
So if I wear 4 of them?
Exactly. How many pairs of shoes can I carry with me?
Pardon?
How many different pairs of shoes can I have with me?
Yeah.
to make my time even
I was
faster.
making a joke that if I had 4 pairs of
that's
shoes
the
on,
thing,
I would
like,
be 40 seconds faster per kilometer.
It's the thing is, you still need to be able to push and also land at the right spot. It was actually quite a struggle for me for a while. I was quite for a long time still faster with the non-carbon plate shoes because I'm more of a heel runner. So I would say a toe runner has even a bigger benefit from the carbon plate shoes. And now also for example Hoka, they realized, okay, they have to change the good carbon plate form, that also if you land midfoot that you get that bounce. And I mean, here we probably see a few forefoot runners. Most of the time the short distance athletes are very light feeted, and then that also results to fast running, but sometimes also to injuries.
And you talk about not only the carbon plate, but the foam, like the science behind the foam that is adding some of the cushion, that is also making the impact less so. And the variety now, I mean, we've had carbon plate shoes for a handful of years now, but the science behind the plate, whether it's a single plate or whether each toe has its own individual plate, the science is just always advancing, and it's really changed the nature of racing in our sport.
Yes, they're getting lighter as well. So before they were having a bit of weight due to the foam and also the thickness of the sole. Where now they're getting the foams, the material getting lighter and still having that bounce. And it's really impressive the change we've seen on the material, but also I think on the bikes. I mean, with the 3D printed cockpits, most of the athletes they have prototypes testing with their partners, and it really elevates the sport and makes it faster.
And with some of the 3D printing, we've seen that backfire on some of the athletes, at least in terms of the mechanism itself maybe not being as strong as prototypes, and certainly at Ironman Frankfurt it was some of our athletes taken out by some of those prototypes, just not holding up to the pounding, but definitely the wave of the future, and basically making the bike whatever you want it to be to suit each individual rider, and how custom these bikes really have become.
Yeah, very, very, very custom for sure, and the technology is crazy, and it's making these athletes super fast. And this is one of our first shots over the shoulder of Cameron Main, bib number 5, cruising through this, again, bike path-esque section of the course through this valley, heading back into Zell, and he looks quite comfortable and looks comfortable to sit in that position, as I think he should. And again, with that caliber of run in his legs, hard to bet against him, again, coming off of a bit of an injury. So even he probably has a little bit, even if he's done the training correctly, a little bit of a question mark. And maybe Daniela, you can speak to that. When you know you've done the work and you know it's better, is there still a little part of you that's like, but is it?
Yeah, I think it's the attitude from an athlete. You always want to improve, and that's never ending. I think it really never is, and unless you get to the point where you feel like you're getting too old to improve. But you need to strive to get better, otherwise you're going backwards. And I think it's important to look for these solutions without being distracted by too many things.
There you go. Not distracted at all right now is Nick Thompson, sitting in 4th position. And again, he looks quite comfortable just to be there as well. So it doesn't look like much is going to change here just in the last few kilometers. We know athletes are getting quite close to transition here as we see the top 5 come through. And it looks like this overhead shot shows that there's 6, 7, 8 still in this group, but a little bit of separation from 5th to 6th. And bunching up a little bit there behind. It looks like a pass there to go into 5th
Funny, about
place.
30 plus seconds ago, we had a shot of an athlete taking his feet out of his shoes. I think that might have been a little premature, but here we are at the dismount line.
And
sometimes you want to get out early with the shoes, because then you can push the last part while the others going out of the shoes. So it's actually a tactic aspect, that then you're already out of the shoes and can push again.
Yep, there we saw Fabian Kraft off of the bike in 1st place, with Pricer in 2nd, and McDowell in 3rd just behind. And our Wahoo Element Bolt First off the bike, split, Fabian Kraft, 2:06.33. That is crazy fast on this hard of a course.
Yeah, it is not a course best. Course best owned by Mika Nut from a year ago, I believe, at 2:02, which is pretty insane. But some incredible riding from our athletes here today.
Yeah, no, dynamics and race tactics and group will have a little bit to do with that, not taking anything away from Mika, because that was an incredible bike split, but race playing out a little bit differently here today with this pretty large group coming off the bike together. Nice overhead shot of this transition area as the athletes go and grab their run gear bags that are hanging there for them. Sometimes it can be a little stressful trying to find your bag, but it seems like everybody's getting theirs pretty quick.
So the group that started as about 12 has been pared down to 8, including Fabian Kraft, Lasse Priester, Kevin McDowell, Nick Thompson, Cameron Main, Gregor Payet, Simon Vivian, and Yannick Schaffler in our lead group here of 8 athletes.
Yeah, and it started, not to point out, but it started at 20 athletes early in the bike. So that shows that it was not only hard at the end and on the climb, but early. So it's definitely a lot of carnage from the pace that was being set on the bike ride, both early and late in this race. We see this great overhead shot. Athletes on the track.
Athletes
cool.
finding their stride through transition. Usually transitions is a place where athletes are not necessarily at full throttle, but these guys full throttle through transition. They haven't even started the run course yet.
No, they're just taking it. They're taking it over. Easy.
Good transition from Fabian Kraft. He started to lead the run, where now I think we already saw a switch. I think that might be Lasse Priester leading at the moment. So very strong runners, both of them, and potentially the 2 who can go under 110.
So what kind of head games are these guys playing with each other in the opening kilometer of this run course?
I mean, in one way, you're a little bit busy with just dealing with yourself. You have to imagine these athletes just came off a bike. Maybe they don't really feel their feet because they've been pushing high watts. And so it's about just kind of finding your rhythm and also getting your body back to moving in a different sport, which can be a little bit of a challenge. But they seem pretty smooth, both of them running quite a fast pace already in this first 100 meters. And I think it's definitely also a mental aspect now, showing the others, hey, I'm not here to play, I'm here to win. And as we see, that's Fabian Kraft already really pushing the pace and just making that little move can already be a bit of a demonstration of, hey, I'm strong.
Oh, they're absolutely flying. I mean, he is at a full-on sprint effort coming out of transition and, again, looks comfortable doing so, but proving something. And again, there's always a little bit of poker going on, right? Clearly he's not going to be able to run this pace the entire time, but if he can get some distance and make the other athletes think that maybe he can, then, that's a score kind of in his book. But right now, Kraft just absolutely pinning it. We saw some shots earlier, just a few seconds ago, of the chase group coming in, and they were about 2.5 minutes behind. So again, still, I think a distance that's going to be too far to close, certainly for the lead, especially if we've got athletes cruising at this pace.
Yeah, it's a fairly big time difference with such strong runners in the first pack. It's probably going to be about just trying to get the best points possible, and in the end, it's every second counts, and they all get points by the seconds they lose to the winner. So still, the race is not over for them, and they still will fight to get as many points as possible for the Pro Series.
As we take a look at our Ruvi T2 times, the fastest athletes through transition, Vivian at 2:10, Gregor Payet at 2:12, and Cameron Main at 2:13. So those are our 3 top male transition times, brought to you from our friends at Ruvi.
That's an awesome shot on the side, showing the gap between Kraft and the closest chaser, I believe, still Cameron Main, but Kraft absolutely just not holding back at any degree, doing his best to try to get a lead and a gap here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Meet Kicker-Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker-Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC is brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together, and by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. Hey, look, it's Kat Matthews. She's still in the lead.
She's still in the lead, and a little bit of, no pun intended, cat and mouse game between Kat Matthews and Lisa Percher. Lisa caught up to Kat, bridged the gap after the climb. Some great descending from Lisa Percher, put her back in touch with Kat Matthews, and now seems pretty content to have Kat do the work here. We haven't seen Lisa on the front of this twosome very much. It's been predominantly Kat Matthews. Actually, is that Lisa Percher out in front? I'm eating my words. There was an athlete up ahead. Nope, there's
and
Lisa.
Isn't
right
it ironic that the cat and the mouse, one's a cat and one has cat on their shoulder with a little leopard print? So we got cat and mouse. I went too
There's
far.
no mouse.
There's no mouse, just cats?
Just cats.
I don't even know what's
It's
happening
a cat
anymore.
and cat game.
But sorry, Daniela, we're going a little bit, we get a little punchy over here. But Lisa, as you said, was able to bridge up on that descent, but it doesn't seem like Kat's gotten off the gas since then. And you don't have to make any comment about the pun. It's fine.
No, it's all good. But yeah, interesting to see that now that Lisa is back in touch, doesn't seem too intent to be doing much of the work at the front.
No.
So
which
we
is smart.
just see.
I think on paper,
Nina.
if you look at their performances, Kat would be the stronger runner of the two. So smart for Lisa to conserve as much energy as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think for Kat, it can be a way of just testing herself. She's here also to, get just one more hard session and really pushing it. And I think it's also for her a really hard training day. So we don't know how her taper went. And for her, this race is just bringing some tests to the field and also really trying to test yourself one more time. But what I just saw is Nina and Darrow and Solveig Lovsef, they are 3 minutes 20 back now. So the gap actually increased a bit over them. So that means Kat Matthews is still, she's pushing really hard pace because we're looking at also Solveig Lovsef being a really strong rider here and she's making up time.
Yeah, we can see Lisa is having a little bit harder of a time being able to stay at that close proximity that she was earlier to Kat. So Kat's certainly putting that effort in late and shows with that gap on third and fourth place.
And it's a great opportunity for Kat to test her legs off a hard bike. So that meaning she seems like she's going really hard till the end of this bike course, and then to see how she can run off a hard bike. And that's exactly what she most likely will have to do in Kona as well, putting a really hard bike performance and then being able to run well to win that race. And that you can only test that in racing. I think there's no training you can go as hard as you go in a race, and that's why it's for her definitely also a bit of she can take some risks now to also push the power.
And to my point earlier when we were talking about, Kat's, state of mind when Lisa caught back up and was back in touch with her, what her mindset is. And again, I think it plays to Kat's strength. I think she loves a fight. She loves a fight. And to your point, Daniela, just an opportunity to test herself, and easier to do that when you're being pushed by another athlete.
Yes, I think you want to have that pressure, and of course I agree. She probably would prefer to ride her own, and it's easier to just go your rhythm and do your thing. But it's a situation she might not have expected, and that's going to help her for other races to deal with this. And I mean, she's still definitely the favor on the run. She is a fantastic runner, and I think for her she doesn't have to worry about it. But even though she might have preferred to go on her own.
So let's look a little bit further back as some of our other women have crossed that timing mat at 80 kilometers. We've got Nina Darren and Solveig Løvseth back at 3:24, as you had said. Laura Jansen and Daisy Davies at just over 6 minutes back. So if we start to talk about what our podium might look like if the battle for third comes between Solveig Løvseth and Nina Darren, who wins that battle in your mind, Daniela?
I see Nina Darren as a strong cyclist, which she's proving today. She's holding up really well with Kat, with just 3 minutes 20 deficit. I think Solveig Løvseth is the stronger runner. She's had a fantastic run in Venice earlier in the season, and I see that she's definitely, I see her winning that battle. But you don't know how she feels, and that's every day is different. And we see that there's another athlete just behind, right?
That's a male pro. That is a male pro. I see it.
Okay,
there's an M on that bib. So I like to see him yielding to the women's race. If you're a male pro back amongst the pro women, it's nice to see him not getting involved in that race. Yeah, that is a male pro.
Yeah, so it's going to be a battle between these two, and I mean, it's 3:20 to Kat is a big gap. Definitely, we don't know also, Solveig Løvseth, she might be in a big block training for Kona. So you have to take a little bit of a risk going into a race like this, that you might feel flat. And I definitely think she's stronger than what she can show today. But the race is not over, and I think the run is still. She can still kind of test herself on the run and maybe make up a bit of time, which Kat for sure would not want to. I think she knows that she's the best runner in the field, and for her it would be a good thing to get that confidence that she can finish that race with a strong run.
Yeah, and I think Solveig, obviously, as you said, is very talented on the run, but 1:16 is an incredible run split that she showed in Jesolo, but again, giving up a gap to Kat Matthews of over 3 minutes, it looks like, maybe closer to 4 by the time we get into transition. And Kat, I think last year at 70.3 World Championships ran a 1:15. So she has obviously great confidence in her run, but that math just doesn't add up unless somebody's on an off day.
Okay, my follow-up question then, does the math work for, on a good day, Solveig Løvseth to be able to run down Lisa Percherer?
That I don't know. Good question. I think, Lisa is definitely showing one of the, maybe not even, if not even the race of her life. I think for her it's going to be a huge confidence boost, being able to ride with Kat and also getting off the bike with her. And sometimes that can really have a big impact on these athletes, that you just feel like, okay, today's my day, today's my chance. And then you can outgrow yourself and just surprise yourself. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she has a great run too, because this race so far really shows that she's having a good day.
Yeah, and I mean, she showed that in Placid. It took a long time for Solveig to be able to overtake Lisa. But again, if you look at past performances, and we never know where somebody is in their build, who's a little bit further in and who's stretching themselves in a different level. But Lisa looks to be more like a 122, 123 runner, and we know Solveig has that 116. So I think it's in possibility for sure for Solveig to be able to bridge back up. But right now we're back with our men's leader.
And boy, there's quite
I don't know if this is Chase.
Oh, I was going to say there's quite a bit of daylight behind him.
Yeah, that was our men's leader.
Yeah.
That was our men's leader.
Yeah. And he's currently having a pace of a 3:09 pace for the first 3K. So that's, I would say, pretty solid.
Yeah, no doubt. And it looks like we've got McDowell and Main chasing from behind. McDowell wants Main to pull through. I think he keeps he's weaving. There's a little bit of tactics going on there. But yeah, it looks like Kraft in control for sure. And as you said, Daniela, cruising.
And there goes Main. I was going to say, Main took the bait, and Kevin was swerving there as if to say, get out in front, and he went, but Kevin gets right up on his shoulder.
Yeah, we're having in fourth place, we're having Priester, and also fifth place, Cameron Main. So still quite close. They're all within 27 seconds. So it looks like it's a lot. It is quite a lot for 3K. But still everything open.
Yeah, very close. And pacing, obviously, is going to have a lot to do with it. And again, that's McDowell and Payet in second and third. As you said, Main down in fifth place. But yeah, quite close still. Anything can happen. And we know, you get a side stitch and 30 seconds is gone in a heartbeat. So these athletes have to be on top of everything. It's not just output. It's, management, pacing, nutrition, hydration, and we know these days with the improvements in hydration and carbohydrate absorption, how much more important that is maybe than even it was in the past. Just whoever can fuel their body to an extent where they don't really ever have to slow down because their body has energy. As we get back to Lisa Purter, who obviously at this point the elastic has snapped. We do not see Kat Matthews in the same shot as Lisa Purter at the moment.
Yeah, they're maybe 50 meters apart. Hard to say on that perspective, but Kat seemed to have done a little bit of a move. But they will be switching in transition almost together. And then, Kat looks back quickly to see where Lisa is. And now it's all about smooth transition, putting on shoes, and then I think her favorite part will start.
It's coming for sure. We see Lisa go underneath that banner there as well, and a 2:17.52 for the woman on screen, Kat Matthews, and she's still got a bit of a spring in her step too, so it looks like she was able to pace that properly. But we can see with the Wahoo Element Bolt first off the bike, split 2:17.52, Kat Matthews. We can see Lisa Purter just in the background still chasing, but amazing splits by those two women. And man, their time to this point of the course is quite fast. I mean, they're not very far behind our men's leaders in the scope of, generally we see bigger gaps between the two fields. These women are absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, great riding. Now this grass will help to smoothen the feet a bit. That jump off on the concrete is often quite hard, and now she's getting her shoes, changing quickly, trying not to forget anything, and sits down a little bit. Seems to be something, I don't know.
Oh, that's a tracker. They're adjusting her
okay.
tracker. Yeah, her tracker appears to be malfunctioning, so we've got some technical support there. Looks like swapping out that tracker so we can keep eyes on Kat Matthews. And just of note, unofficially, Kat's split 2:17.52 would be a course best, surpassing Els Visser from 2024 at 2:21.19. So to your point that the women are not that far behind the men, it shows in that performance there with a course best for Kat Matthews.
Yeah, and from Lisa as well,
Yeah.
right? Just 8 seconds slower from those splits. So that's an incredible performance. And Lisa just keeps getting better. And it's, as you said, Daniela, the athletes have to push the boundaries to be able to see where they actually belong. And again, Lisa was quite close, even with the penalty to the win at Lake Placid. And right now she's hot on the heels of an athlete that's obviously been second at Ironman World Championship and second twice at the 70.3 Ironman World Championship. So proving to herself that she does belong at the very, very pointy end of the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 racing.
Yeah, fantastic bike splits. Definitely very fast if you consider it's 1,000 meters of climbing as well in there and some technical slower parts. And that means, they did really move very fast. And it's going to be interesting how they can run off a bike like this. That definitely is a bit different to if you have a flat course or where you can run a bit more smooth. But Kat looks still pretty smooth. She seems like under control. Even when she got with her timing chip, she didn't even take a look. She just focused on getting her shoes on and was very concentrated, which is a good thing.
Yeah, very professional, no doubt, not phased in the slightest. And we can see she definitely opened up a gap on Lisa already, running around the track. And worth noting, Lisa, has the ability to make up a little bit more of her points in the point standing if she finishes within a few minutes. Her highest 70.3 score to date was in the 21:53, or lowest is 21:27, so she definitely has some room to grow there. Actually, I'm wrong. That was a 2024 result. So this will move her up. She's in 7th place. So this 70.3 result will certainly move her up into the top 5, if not the top 3. So big moves from Lisa today.
And our two chasers, Solveig Lupseth and Nina Darren, now in off the bike. They are about 3:45 down on our pair of leaders as they make their way into Ruvi transition as well. So Solveig Lupseth together with Nina Darren, both of those women turning in 2:21.18 bike splits. So that's matching the former course best. Just an outstanding performance from all of our women at the front of this race today.
Nice shot here, a little bit of shade along the lake. It's definitely one of the most beautiful run courses I've ever done, and having the lake gives you a bit of coolness, and then also the ground is a little bit of gravel in the beginning. Which some athletes don't like it, but it can also be nice then because it's a little bit softer. But most of the run will be, of course, concrete.
You read my mind there, Daniela. I was going to ask you, it looks like to be a bit of pea gravel there, which, to your point, nice and soft underfoot, but athletes don't like it because it can be perhaps a little slippy. They feel like they can't grip the ground quite as well, but definitely a nice way to enter the Hoka run course with a little bit softer ground underfoot.
Yeah, it gets tricky with the carbon plate shoes because they bounce so much that you can lose grip more easy. But it's only a bit of the section, I think, in the beginning. And then as we saw on the men, most of them are already on the concrete, which is still, I think if you want to go fast, you want to have a hard ground because that's normally faster. I think now they're switching to the concrete.
Yeah, and that Kat certainly looks comfortable. I mean, we don't know her pace at the moment, but she looks so smooth and so composed, the way that we're used to seeing her when she's having good runs. And again, very impressive off of that great and incredibly fast bike ride. But Kat Matthews looks to be well in control. We don't have a gap right now in Perder, but again, coming out of transition with the space that she had, I don't see Lisa bridging up to Kat anytime soon.
Yeah, she's looking great. I think very light still. I mean, she would be in one of the top form at the moment, 6 weeks out of Kona. So today can be a great test for her to see how fast she can go and go a little bit in that hurt box, even though she seems like she already opened up quite a bit of a gap to Lisa, which was supposed to be expected. And I think for Lisa now it's about trying to go a good rhythm and hold on to that second spot. And I think if she can do that, that would be a very surprising, probably also for her, and very good results for her.
Yeah, I think this is a great performance from Lisa Percher. I mean, she's had some outstanding performances so far this season. I think if you had to pick one versus the other, we've seen her thrive a little bit more across the full distance. And this will definitely be one of the best performances she's had across a 70.3 in this caliber of field, I should say. She has been on the podium 3 times in 70.3. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong. Sorry, I take it back. She has been on the podium at Lake Placid and at Texas. She was 6th at Provence 70.3. So to land on the podium here in Zell MC would be a huge breakthrough performance in this caliber of field.
Yeah, no, it absolutely would, and give her a little bit more confidence. Again, she'll move up to probably just 5th place, only moving up a few positions because you've got Solveig Lovseth and Ann Reichman is a little bit out of reach, but also getting that confidence to then know, hey, in Marbella, I'm going to have a shot to get a lot of points too, right? Like I belong in the Ironman distance, as you just said, Didi, and she's shown, but also a result in the top 3 against, again, a woman in front of her has been 2nd place at 270.3 World Championships, only bested by Taylor Knibb, who was kind of at different levels in both of those races. So, yeah, no doubt Perder is certainly going to have some confidence as we look at the Ruby transition to top 3 fastest females. Duran 2:34, Matthews 2:42, and Perder 2:44. So in and out of transition pretty quick from those 3 women as we see this great shot of the distance between Lisa Perder and Kat Matthews. And this is done on, a one wheelie type thing. So it goes pretty fast, maybe double speed of these runners. So they're getting up on the shoulder of Kat Matthews now. So that is the gap between our 2nd and 1st place females. And kudos to the cameraman. That was an awesome shot, giving us kind of inside of what's going on down on course.
You know, Daniela had talked earlier about the bike course being one loop and hard to get information here. Certainly we're seeing the crowds, they're going to be getting information, but one of the things about this run course, there's some twists and turns. So like even small time gaps, when you lose eyes on the athlete in front of you, it can be sort of harder to keep that carrot dangling in front of you. And with the twists and turns along this footpath, harder for the athletes to sort of keep in touch mentally versus a long sort of straightaway when you can see the athlete in front of you sort of gives you something to chase.
Yeah, it has both advantages and disadvantages. I think the long straights allow you to see longer, like your competition ahead. That means you can really hang on mentally. And I think also Lisa, at least in the beginning, and it seems like she might still see Kat at a few spots, can help a lot to just kind of, hang on. But it can also be very boring if you just have a straight line, and having a few turns can help to just break down the course. And as we here have a two loop course, it's actually quite long. So normally you see sometimes you have like 4 loops on a 70.3 race. We're looking at over 10K loops, which can feel quite long to the athletes, but having a few twists and turns, that definitely keeps up a bit the concentration and having something to focus on.
Yeah, we saw there earlier a shot of our men's leader Kraft, and now we are with the chasers McDowell and Pavet, and those 2 athletes are 37 seconds behind Kraft. Kraft right now, if he holds pace, running in that range, for a predictive split. So these two athletes in the 109, 110 range. But right now it's McDowell and Pavat chasing as hard as they can to Kraft, who seems to be on his day.
Veo un poquito de... ¿Estás preparado?
Lots happening here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. We've got
a quad
the
box.
quad box. We got Kraft in the upper left. We've got looks like McDowell and Payet in the lower left. And then we know what's happening in the upper right. That's Kat Matthews running away from the field. Lower right, that is Lisa Purr doing her best to keep Kat within sight and then also keep as much gap as she can on the chasers behind, including Daron and Loset. But a lot happening out here. We see Kraft rolling through one of our well-stocked and volunteered aid stations on the upper left. Does what he needs to, gets a little bit in his mouth and a little bit on his shoulder. And Kat Matthews running through one of the beautiful downtown sections of the course.
And through that first 2.9 kilometers, we get our first look on our women's pacing, and Kat Matthews at 3:39 per K to Lisa Purcher's 3:44 per K, so that gap now 27 seconds. They were 11 seconds separated, so Kat continuing to put her foot on the gas pedal here and try to distance herself more from Lisa Purcher, and now we will wait for Solveig Loveset as well as Nina Darren through that 2.9 kilometers.
And tell me what you think, Daniela, but Kat looks really good. I'm excited to see kind of what she, the pace that she holds. But right now, her pace is 1:16 high pace through the early sections of this course.
Yeah, she looks great. She looks like she's under control, and I think also she now can really do the pacing according how she wants. I mean, she's having this athlete, one of the pros probably with her, that can actually help sometimes to go a little bit faster than you want. But I think she knows how hard she needs to run, or she wants to run, and I'm sure she made a plan on how she wants to do this. Where Lisa also showing a great run. I think she's 27 seconds back, which is it's a great run from her. I think she's holding up well and still aiming for a great half marathon time.
Yeah, no, she's pacing it well, and she's doing, as we saw going through that aid station, all the little things, making sure she gets as much hydration as possible. But clearly doing all the things correctly is the man on screen and doing it well is Fabian Kraft is coming up on 10 kilometers in that first lap. We can see on their Hoka run course topography down there on the bottom just how well he is doing, gaining across the course, and he's in one of the flatter sections of the course as well. But man, nothing behind him. Definitely put McDowell and Payet in the rear view, has Fabian Kraft, and yeah, looks smooth doing it.
Yeah, for the pressure he's putting on the rest of the men's field here in the early kilometers of this Hoka run course, he's looking very good. He's not looking, to me, overextended. I mean, there's a lot of running left to be done here for the men, but he is looking very, very good, very strong, and still pretty composed.
Oh yeah, he looks super, super composed. And again, in that 108 range at the moment as far as his pacing goes. Not too much, change of pace from the athletes behind. He's, holding his own, but the athletes behind. Nick Thompson moved up to 6th place, back from 8th, but Schaffler has dropped to 8th and Vienne in 7th place, but it doesn't seem like there's any danger movers. We had like a theoretical question mark as to whether or not there was somebody in that group behind that would have the ability to move up into maybe the top 5. It doesn't look like that's the case. Definitely some quicker runners back there, but nobody having a groundbreaking run. But again, in the quad box, we see Kraft upper left and our chasers in the lower left. Those two athletes looking great as well. I'm so impressed by McDowell. Again, Didi, he was pushing that pace early on the bike. Continues to do so on the run in 2nd position. At one point, really trying to force Payet through to take a pole, but he's back there, as we see again in the upper right. Cat Matthews, again, probably one of our lapping male pros, but again, it's, as you said, Daniela, it's great pacing. And I mean, he's a big dude too. You can get in that draft a little bit, kind of take a little pressure off yourself if you're running that same pace and not have to put the pressure on. But Lisa Perder, we've seen her, or I've seen her in other races when she's not running well, that cadence, then RPM slows, and that's certainly not the case now. She's still on the gas and being aggressive, and just got to split Daniela through that first 3K, and Loseth is 4:22 behind with Daron at 4:28, and actually it looks like Perder is run 16 seconds faster than Loseth through that first checkpoint. So again, Perder showing herself and us that she's continues to grow as an athlete.
Yeah, it's maybe also for Solveig Loseth, hard to say, but she might not have her best day, and now it's about just making the best out of it. I think the other, like two, Kat and Lisa, are definitely looking a bit more fresh, where Solveig, she didn't seem that fresh on the bike. And it's these some of the days when you have they come, and then you just have to deal with it. And I think she's still actually showing a great performance, but maybe not to what we could have expected from her. And it will be interesting how it will affect her mentally. I think it's a very different course to Kona. It's still okay to say, hey, this is a different course. It has nothing to do with my form. But I could see definitely someone like Kat leading a race and being able to push and have a great performance, that it can help her to take a lot of confidence for the next phase of her training block.
And also of note, I mean, all of these women in our top 4 are preparing for the Ironman World Championship in Kona in October. All of them in the midst of, one could probably safely assume, pretty intense, heavy training blocks. And every athlete's going to respond slightly differently to that kind of training load. Some will be able to, as Kat only had probably one easy day and sort of one day of swim only, sort of bounce up and perform. Other athletes might just carry the fatigue a little bit differently through training blocks like that.
Yeah, and I think worth noting, Loseth and Perder also both not that far out of Lake Placid, about 6 or 7 weeks after Lake Placid, which is, I think, the toughest or one of the toughest courses on the circuit. So when you balance recovering from that and making sure you don't start your Kona block till you're really recovered from that, the timing on that is going to affect a race like this pretty greatly.
Yeah, and you most likely don't have to run a 1:15 pace for in Kona. So I don't think the women are not going to go 2:30 yet in Kona, but there will be probably going on the 2:40 eventually. Well, they already have. So yeah, definitely the pace today is faster than they will be doing at the Ironman World Championship, and that's why it can also be a little bit tricky because you need to go into a zone which doesn't feel comfortable, and they definitely they will have to suffer through that run today. And also considering that the legs might be a little bit tired after a 2:17 hilly bike course.
Totally. Yeah. And I do think we probably had Laura Phillip listening and being like, hey, I'm going to run in the 2:30s. Maybe not 2:30, but in the 2:30s.
I'm happy to look at this, and I will clap for her if she does that. That would be amazing.
All of us. And it's incredible. And again, and talking to, the GOAT over the distance, like, it's crazy to me, and tell me if you don't think this is crazy, that we're talking about that as being a reality, right? Like, to be running, for the women to be running under 2:40 in Kona. It was just a few years ago where sub-3 was what was winning that race.
I mean, not that long ago, for a man to run under 2:40 was pretty impressive, and now we're talking about the women doing it as well.
Yeah, it's impressive to see, and also here, Fabian just going through the town. I think he's pretty much halfway already? But yeah, he's getting some cheers from the crowds. Lots of corners here, but he still looks very focused, fast pacing, and also before I saw him taking a gel out of his suit. So always interesting where they carry the gels. There's lots of pockets in some of the suits. I always used my bra. It's very easy to carry gels, where the men, I guess, need to find a different spot to hide them.
Well, the man bra, I think it's going to make a comeback. But when we look at Fabian Kraft and some of the run performances he's had just this year, 1:07.15 at Valencia, 1:06.26 at Krakow, and 1:08.27 at Sweden. So the guy can run, and he's putting that on display here at Ironman 70.3, Zell See-Kaprun.
So. Yes, it's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
And we're back with our men's leader, Fabian Kraft. Just cruising. And Didi, I love the sound
running
of him.
so
He's just
fast.
cruising, as is Kat. Like, they're both so impressive.
When Kat runs, she's so powerful. She floats, right? Like, she's just floating. And her stride, even though she is running so incredibly fast, she just seems to float above the ground and just is so smooth and just looks so smooth. And not that Fabian doesn't look smooth, but he looks like he's running fast, and Kat is just so smooth. It's impressive.
She is, and you don't often...
I'm annoyed.
Aren't we all? You don't often see that blend of, you say she's powerful, and I think she is, and she's so strong off of really tough bike rides, too. You don't often put power and smooth together, and she certainly has that.
And it's something I think that's evolved in her athleticism over the years. I think when we, first saw Kat a couple of years ago, you could see the power. And I said it on the bike earlier, she looks smoother. It looks more effortless and kind of well dialed, whereas you're not just seeing, the power and the watts coming, but you're seeing sort of finesse as well. And I think we've seen that evolution in her run as well, where she's always been one of the sport's best runners, and now she's making it look smooth and effortless as we take a look at our precision hydration optimized results on the run for Kat Matthews. Estimated time at the next timing split is 3:16:03, running 3:39 Ks, and making it look so good.
Oh, she certainly is, and I think she continues to develop as an athlete, and again, she's putting herself in these podium positions quite often in World Championships, and I wouldn't be surprised that she does so at the two remaining this year. And look, I mean, she is just metronomic and so focused, just laser focused up in front of her, not seeing anything but the road ahead as she zips up her top. So obviously not too hot out there for her, but very, very comfortable looking Kat Matthews running a ridiculously fast pace.
Yeah, nice stride, great technique, and it looks effortless. It is not effortless, but she makes it look effortless, and she has a good cadence that shows she's still, in a sweet spot and looking after herself. I think she also developed her nutrition a lot over the years, so that she can really push hard. And this year, what she showed so far has been absolutely amazing. And I think that run with Laura Philipp at Ironman Frankfurt, no, was it Ironman Hamburg? Yeah, that was just really great to watch. And definitely she deserves the spotlight. And I think this world champion title will come eventually. I think she's just kept improving over the years.
It's staggering for Kat Matthews to be in that race in Hamburg and I think she went through the 10K in a PR and even said to the cameraman, PR at 10K in the middle of an Ironman, to be running that fast and have someone run away from you just speaks to the level of our sport. Really, really inspiring. And I think, Daniela, to look at what you've done for the sport and setting the bar so high, and these women being like, well, if she can do it, I can do it. And now so many women at just such a high level of our sport is incredible to see as we look at Kat Matthews taking a corner there, a little bit unsure on your feet. You said you're a little bit talking about the instability of those carbon shoes, took a corner a little quick. We had a chance to chat with Kat Matthews during our A Fighting Chance series presented by Hoka.
I'm here at the Torntal Spa Hotel. I'm not sure exactly how to say it. My German and Austrian speaking is improving, but not to that extent of pronunciation.
So you tried a different location for your training camp building into this. How was that?
Yeah, my local swimming pool at home was shut for 3 months, so came up with this master plan to include Zell on the Pro Series and really experience, I guess, just somewhere completely different. Try altitude. We've been in Lienz, up the mountain there for 4.5-5 weeks. So yeah, it's been a bit of an adventure, and I think that's why it's been so fun, is because it's been so different. Every day's been like a mini adventure of, right, how do we plan out the day? This is how we're going to get here. We're going to go here, then we're going to, stop at this place for food. It's just been, a real adventure. Yeah, a couple of days left. I've actually trained all the way up until Monday, Tuesday. And I'm trying to do a really big day again today with some activation yesterday. So I'm trying to keep some training load in with the primary focus being Kona, but I have an easy day tomorrow, as in like just to swim. And then obviously the day before the race it will be super light. So I'm actually looking forward to feeling either useless or fantastic on race day, and I guess I just won't know until then.
After Swansea, you said you told us you've been struggling with consistency for the swim.
Oh, sometimes I think I overshare. I had actually going into Hamburg, I had a bit of a neck exacerbation, and then after Hamburg it really kicked off again. It's a multitude of factors going on there, and I'm not going to lean back on any excuses. But obviously everyone's got some areas of weakness in their body, and my neck is a factor for me. So I actually came out here having sort of twisted my ankle slightly, so all I could do was pull, and I threw myself into it. And I've been training with super swimmer Steph Clutterbuck, so actually I've been amazed at how well my neck and upper body have really coped with it, considering we've done so much time trialling as well. It's I have overcome any deficit that I dropped, in those couple of weeks after Hamburg and with Swansea.
4 or 5 girls in the top 10 of Pro Series racing as well, eh?
Yeah. I've got some good competition. I'm really excited.
Thank you, Kat Matthews and A Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka. For more, watch short A Fighting Chance episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try, and for full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And I would say Kat wasn't sure if she was going to feel terrific or like garbage, and I can't tell you how she's feeling, but I can tell you how she's performing, and it's pretty terrific.
Very well said, Didi. And, she's gone through 7.5K. And she's got now over a minute on Perder, and her pace still in the 1:18 range. So she's cruising. And again, we know that the athletes behind were running a slower pace. So she's at this point just literally running away with it.
She is, and you have to know that she and her coaching team have a plan, whether she gets through the first lap and then maybe tries to conserve, knowing that she's going to probably dive right back into some pretty serious training, or if this is truly an opportunity to just test herself and run her legs off a tough bike. But she's going to have a plan, and she's going to execute it. We know that much.
Yeah, but let's not forget, we have Solveig Lofseth in the race, and every second matters, right? And we know, as long as, we don't know, but we would predict that Solveig is going to be on the podium of the Ironman Pro Series with where her standings are now and the points that she has left, as long as, she stays healthy and no mechanical issues. So I think you're right, there will be a plan, but she is going to push to the finish, because you don't want to look back after Marbella and be like, oh man, I needed 10 more seconds at LMC. But we can see right now, it looks like Payet making a move on McDowell.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the first time, Daniela, we've seen a little bit of daylight between Gregor Payet and Kevin McDowell. Anything you see form-wise that would indicate that, or is this just Gregor making his move?
It seems like it's definitely he's going for it. McDowell had a great race so far. I think if he can finish third, that's quite good for him. But the fact that he's actually looking back and not forward shows that he's suffering. So he might just think, okay, this pace is too fast. I need to resettle, and he just look back again. So he probably doesn't know where the fourth place is, and also having Karen Main most likely catching up. So he's actually only like 45 seconds back. That means he still has to focus forward and not look back too much.
No, yeah, you're right. And I think, it's great that you pointed that out. And, we can tell that the athlete that looks behind, as we were on the shoulder of Payet, who's cruising and looking really smooth as he moves away from McDowell. And we talked about what we can look into, that the athlete that's been getting dropped when they look back. But also, it's like the cardinal sin. If you're getting chased and there's an athlete behind you, that athlete might not think they have a chance. And then they see you look over your shoulder, and they're like, oh, he's mine. That is absolutely it, and there's no chance that the athlete's going to stay away. if the athlete chasing has the energy to do so. But yeah, we're back with Kraft, but these are things that you learn. And, again, McDowell's a little younger in his 70.3 career, but, if Maine comes over his shoulder, he might have learned that lesson. Don't let them see you look over your shoulder. Wait till a corner and then kind of do a slight.
What's the commercial? Don't let them see you sweat.
Something like that.
You need to play the game, and I think that's true. If you showing weakness, and I think looking back is a little bit of a weakness.
Here it comes.
That means, it's most likely going to be a battle to hold the third space. But Kraft is looking great. He's really very strong, very stable, and really bringing this. He's already over halfway, and still looking quite smooth.
Yeah, and the splits have come through for the women as well. So Loveseth is now 5 minutes and 20 seconds back at 7.5K with Duran at 5:47. So Kat Matthews is running away with it, and implications for sure on the Ironman Pro Series. Kat was kind of already in the driver's seat as far as that goes over Loveseth, but there was some hope, and this race might close a little bit of that hope down. Again, this is just kind of a backup result for Kat going into 70.3 Worlds, but big gaps behind. We could see Jansen at 7:22, Davies 8:22, Clavel at 12:12, and Schulfeder at 13:43. So proof that what we're seeing is true. Kat is running away with it.
She does, and I think for Loveseth, this will be about ticking off the box, just really trying to analyze maybe what was not perfect for her today, and not think too much. I think for Kat, it will be the opposite. It can help her to get that confidence boost, that she knows that she has, even in 6 weeks, there's only so much you can do for form wise, and it will help her to get in that last 6 weeks block to know that she can dominate the race.
Yeah, definitely. It's a sign that, she and her team can say, okay, we're here. We've just got to tweak and pinch and turn and dial. But for the most part, the foundation is there. And how much of this, Daniela, do you think, when we look at Solveig Loveseth, we had sort of projected this great battle between those two women today, and a foreshadowing to what might happen in Kona, and a lot of hope for Solveig Loveseth at the Women's World Championship in October. How much of this is Kat with a lot more experience across these longer distances versus Solveig, who's really coming to her first season of full middle and long distance racing, and just not knowing how long it takes to recover from an Ironman and what her body is capable of 3, 6, 8 weeks after, combined with a heavy training load?
Yeah, I think it's the experience of the racing, but also mentally. I think Kat developed self-confidence over the years that she can build on, where I think Loveseth still needs to find that confidence. She's not so sure if she's going to execute, and that's quite normal because it's her first long distance year, and it will take a few races that she can really strongly believe in herself, and that she knows that she can also really push these races hard and have a chance to battle for the wins. I think for Kona everything is still open, and if we look at Kat, I think she just really also loves a battle. I saw they were actually Kat and Solveig, they had dinner yesterday together, and I was like, oh, how can you have dinner with your competitor? It's quite special in one way, like that it's still possible to be, having a friendly vibe. They seem both quite relaxed. But today, Kat is definitely showing another vibe, and she definitely wants to make a statement. I think how she's also running still, she wants to make a statement also to Laura, because I'm pretty sure Laura is going to watch that race, and also Taylor Knibb, and these are going to be also big competitors for her in Kona.
And how much of that too is just Kat saying, yes, they're competitors, but Kat having the confidence to back herself and be like, yeah, I respect her talent, but I've got this. And it's an opportunity really for Solveig to I mean, Kat's in the prime of her career, and I'm not saying that she's passing the torch, but it's an opportunity for Solveig to learn from someone who is currently here and now at the top of women's racing. So I would have liked to have been a guest at that dinner.
Yeah, I think it's also like, I mean, Kat is a very friendly person. She's very open and also social. So I think it's a nice character of her. But I don't think she's ready to give any port away, and I also think she's still here for a while, and also I don't think she wants to give too much away, especially when it comes to race day. And I think that's what it should be about. You can be friends before the race, after the race, but during the race you're competitors, and there you don't really show your weakness, and you're trying to really look for yourself.
And Lisa Percher now still looking really, really good up on the shoulder of one of our male pros. But the first thing we saw, the first chink in the armor for Lisa at Ironman Lake Placid was a slowdown in that tempo, that turnover. And there is none of that going on for her right now. Still looking really quick, really light on her feet, great tempo, great turnover, great posture. Still looking fantastic and safely in second place.
Yeah, no, and she's running quite well. She's the second fastest runner on course. And actually, no, Laura Jansen is just a few seconds faster than Lisa, but Lisa, she is 6 minutes up the road from her. So 1 minute behind our leader, Kat Matthews, is the woman on screen. Lisa Percher, again, just continuing to prove that she is improving as every day that goes by and every race that she does. We're back up here with the men's race. Fabian Kraft in the lead through 16.5 kilometers. His pace still absolutely smoking fast in the 109 now, and just a few things from behind that have adjusted. It looks like we had Nick Thompson actually making a move up into fourth place over Cameron Main, with McDowell now just a minute in front of Nick Thompson.
And also we have Lasse Priester. He lost a bit of time. I heard that he's struggling with some stitches. So also a great runner, but maybe today not being able to show his best run performance.
And that gap now between Gregor Payet and Kevin McDowell had opened up to 30 seconds. So they were shoulder to shoulder through the first nearly 12 kilometers. But Kevin showing a couple of chinks in the armor, but holding on 30 seconds behind Gregor Payet in third place.
Yeah, that's 5 more K to go. So Nick Thompson definitely, if he's been kind of being cautious and warming into the race, he would have the ability to possibly bring that gap back, but that's a big gap. And Didi just pointed out to me one of the fastest movers on course outside.
How about that?
Of Fabian Kraft is Chris Leiferman.
Chris Leiferman, old man Leiferman, they call him now. He's all of 38 years old, but again, a long course athlete here among these short course stars. Chris carrying some fatigue, getting ready for the Ironman World Championship, but he's moved up 3 spots in the last segment from 12 to 16.5 kilometers, and at least based off the splits, the second fastest mover through that segment. So Chris Leiferman moving really well and into 8th place.
Yeah, it shows his timing for his build up to Nice is going well. And, he's had some experience on this course. He raced the World Championships back here in 2015. I don't know if you remember him there.
Finished alongside Daniela.
Daniela. He was the one that was kind of under your arm in that finish line pick. Sorry, Chris. Didn't want to call you out for that, but it was great. Yeah, that's Chris.
Daniela's like, I've always wondered who that was.
Yeah, he was like trying to get out of the way, but he did it all wrong, unfortunately. But he's doing it right today and having a great run. And it's great. He's like almost streaky as an athlete. He's such a powerful athlete, and we see these stretches because I think he's somewhat injury prone because of that power and the chassis that he's with. He'll lose some time, but then you'll see these streaks again. Top 5 at Ironman World Championship in St. George. Like, that's one of the best American finishes we've had in a long time, and he's now building it. Again, he's just in 8th place, but he's having a great run and finding his way up.
And again, this season has not been ideal for Chris. I mean, he had a great performance, secured his slot for the World Championship at Ironman Cozumel in November last year, and then he loves some trail running. So he did a big trail race. I think it was a 50K. Sort of through the off season, and developed a hip issue as a result, and that really plagued the early stages of his season. he was quite stressed. It took him a long time to kind of get over that hip injury, but I think what we're seeing here, performance, particularly on the run, indicative that his form is coming good at just the right time.
Yeah, and he has the room to move up to about 6th place. 5th is probably out of range, but he's probably, as we speak, moved into 7th. He was just a second or two behind. So moving up, but person who doesn't have any people to pass is the man on screen.
Yes.
Fabian Kraft. And he's making it look easy. And, he has the ability now. He's got 2.5 minutes on Payet. He could shut it down a little bit or, close the pace, to a slower pace if he wanted to. But looks like he's not doing that as he checks his watch. But just a few kilometers left for him. And again, the man chasing in theory, but not bringing any time back on him is on screen now, and that's Payet. But again, opening that gap to McDowell now over 30 seconds, and then a further minute to Nick Thompson.
Yeah, only 1.3K to go, so not too much left. I think Fabian definitely looking great still, and great race from Gregor Purvat as well. Back on the gravel last for one more time, and it's probably these shades are much appreciated. I before thought there's a lot of people lying on the lake. I never really looked over, but it's a little bit of a hard comparison if you see the people lying there and chilling, and you're struggling probably with 190 heart rate.
Yeah, and you never want to see people in a casual state when you're bleeding out of your eyeballs, right? But these athletes, especially these front-running men, will have the opportunity to be in that space here pretty soon, chill out next to the lake, and enjoy the rest of the day in Zell. But again, Payet running very, very well. Wasn't afraid to push the pace on the bike either, having a great run despite that effort on the bike. But Kraft put the three together better than most. And again, he was pushing the pace through all three disciplines at times, but certainly making sure he was near the front of the race and being able to be in the spot to determine how it developed, or at least watch it develop.
Yeah, certainly like a well-executed race. We saw him, at the front during the swim. Didn't see him a ton at the front during the bike, and was really safe and staying in touch with the lead, but not really putting himself, putting his face in the wind much. Maybe that was not necessarily by choice, but was able to help him conserve. And boy, once he got into T2, he just shot out like a cannon and put absolutely no doubt about it. Has been well in control since we got onto the Hoka run course.
Yeah, it's also great to see how he deals with the pressure, because like you said in the interview, after his European Championship title, it's the first time he's actually known that he can be a winner and also a contender for the races. And I think he's definitely proving today that he can deal with the pressure and still show an amazing performance. Even people were also expecting it. And I think that's, some people underestimate that it's always easier to just have a great race. But if people expect it from you, it's a little bit harder. And he's doing a great job in that as well.
Yeah, he's showing he can do it on a tough course, which is going to be very important at Marbella. The course was announced and shown this last week, and definitely a lot of climbing on that bike course. And he showed today that he can handle it well. It's about twice as much in Marbella, so it's going to be an adventure out there for sure. But he's shown that he can have a strong bike ride and still run well, and be in the hunt for maybe the top 10 at that 70.3 World Championship in Marbella in just a few months' time.
And back with Gregor Payet, who's sitting comfortably in second place, not threatened from behind, but not anywhere near to be able to contend for the win. But super solid performance from him all day long as well. Took a couple of turns at the front of the bike course and was in a bit of a battle with Kevin McDowell through the first 10K of the run, but has managed to distance himself from Kevin to the tune of about 30 seconds as of the last timing split. One would imagine that gap has grown a little bit, but Gregor Payet safely in second place.
Yeah, we see Kraft, again, when you're running as fast as Kraft, and we saw Kat earlier, it makes the course look technical. And it's like, oh no, it's just a 90-degree turn. They're just like absolutely hauling the mail around these corners. Yeah, we could see it. Man, he looks so fresh still. Like it looks like he could run another 10K, and he's starting to absorb the fact that he's won this race and or is going to win this race in short time. But Kraft certainly looking comfortable and starting to enjoy it.
It's always the best for me part of the race when the athletes sort of know what they've accomplished and start to sort of show it on the outside. They're so locked into race mode. And when they start to let that guard down a little bit and enjoy the moment, enjoy the benefits of all of their hard work across the day, it's so satisfying to, as a fan of the sport, to get to see.
For sure, and you can see the way he spent his energy today, that often when you start to realize it, you're like, you look over your shoulder and you like start chilling out, high-fiving. It almost looks like once he's realized it, he's actually improved his pace. Like he seems like he's running faster than he was 3 or 4 minutes ago. So Kraft is, just in a completely different league today. Daniela, what do you think about this kid's performance today?
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I think it's the adrenaline kicking in now that helps him to push one more time. But he also paced it perfectly. He started fast to also get that gap on the run. He was always there also in the swim and the bike. But then I think on the run he really had a great pacing. And now in the last kilometer he can just kind of enjoy it a little bit. Still need to find the way. Seems to be quite cornery. And now in a few seconds he'll be able to really soak it in and let it all out. And I think, yeah, it's a young, talented German, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot from him in the future.
Awesome, as we see this amazing overhead shot as he runs in, trying to get a few high fives from the crowd, supporting him throughout this long day. Now he is on the red carpet, and here he is, last few meters, but your Ironman 70.3 Zell MC Kaprun champion, Fabian Kraft. And closed, as we can see with this Wahoo Element rival, run time 109.45.
Course best.
Course best, 3:44.31 overall time. He deserves to be here.
Great to see him actually sit down and take a load off at the finish line, because he made that run look so effortless. Such an amazing performance from him out on the Hoka run course to secure the win here at Ironman 70.3 Zell MC Kaprun, as we welcome Gregor Payet back into town as the finisher medal goes around the neck of our men's champion. He will wait for all of his competitors to follow suit. The tape has been broken, and now they come streaming in.
Yeah, not too long now. We see Payet just a few corners away from enjoying that finish line as well. But the last split, he was about 2 minutes behind. And again, it seemed like Fabian increased his pace. Yeah. So he might have gotten another 30 seconds.
Something about the finish line, the magnet of that finish line, when you realize that you're sort of there, you get a little pep in your step.
There's a little bit there. We haven't seen that from this man yet, but he's looked over his shoulder a few times, knows that gap seems to be stable, and we don't see him as a participant right now in the Ironman Pro Series. So just getting across that finish line to get that second place, it's the position that's going to matter for Gregor, and it's going to be a pretty high one, Didi.
Yeah, great performance from him as well. Just outrun on the day, but played all of his cards right throughout the day. Will land himself on the second step of the podium as our lapped athletes lean to the right, finish line leans to the left, and he'll make his way in a couple more turns, and he will be on the red carpet imminently.
Yeah, and I think great to point out too, or we should point out, is that he was the only one to try to stay with Kraft coming out of transition and onto the run. So he did what he could to try to win the race in every moment that he had that possibility. And given some big ups to those at home. But Gregor Payet, fantastic result from him, Didi, as he hits that red carpet.
Welcome home in second place here today at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun, Gregor Payet.
Awesome to see the kudos and recognition from his competitor there. Those two had great days, 1 and 2, getting a little
sweaty kiss.
Sweaty kiss. That's you get a pass for the sweat today, Gregor. Well deserved. And now it's going to see if we were able to see our American that was mixing it up earlier in the bike and the run, pushing the pace, in second and third place on the run, and obviously in the front of the bike ride. Kevin McDowell, if he was able to hold on to third place and equal his breakthrough finish here at 70.3 Boulder, or if Nick Thompson had enough real estate to try possibly to bridge back to him. But does look like we missed a pass, and when Nick Thompson is in third place. So we'll see him coming down to the finish chute here in just a second. But does look like Nick Thompson was able to come over the top of Kevin McDowell. Nick Thompson was playing it casual all day, again, being patient, and which you would have to be if you were in a block for a world championship, certainly like the one in Nice. And Nick Thompson, huge smile on his face, can't believe it. Under big load from that training, Nick Thompson with a third place finish here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. And that's going to be pretty big for his Ironman Pro Series, right? He had second place at Cannes, not many seconds behind Matthew Marquardt, and absolutely unloaded the tank at the end, and at seemingly a big gap on Kevin McDowell. And Kevin McDowell loses another spot late. Hard to see Preister move in front of him. No, 2 spots. Kevin McDowell gets passed by Cameron Main in the last few meters. He is on fumes. Kevin McDowell is down. He is down. He, no doubt, Payet going over there to support his competitor who just came apart, gave it all out there. Wow, Kevin McDowell passed by 4 athletes in the last few hundred meters. Can't ask whether or not he gave it all today, Didi.
You love to see that, and you hate to see that, right? An athlete empty the tank like that, but that is going to be a huge learning experience for Kevin McDowell. He was throwing jabs all day, took a swing at it, definitely struggled through the last 5, if not 10 kilometers of that run, finishes in 6th on the day. Back to our women's race. Kat Matthews continuing her dominant performance here today. Took to the lead of the bike course pretty early on, was caught by this woman on screen, Lisa Percher. At the bottom of the descent, the two rode together into transition, a small gap built of about 10 seconds into T2, and Kat absolutely took off and has been well in control of this women's race ever since.
Yeah, what do you think, Daniela? We see Percher now just 1:44 down, so she hasn't lost too much time through 12 kilometers and still over 3 minutes in front of Lovseth at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks like Lisa is she's moving the same speed than Solveig, so that means if they both run the same speed, logically Solveig is not going to catch her. And I think if Lisa can bring home a second place here in a still quite packed field, with especially against Solveig, that would be fantastic for her, and also give her a huge boost in that she's doing things right, that she's improving, and that always helps. I think Kat is a league of her own. She's still looking great. I think also she's still pushing, like also Fabian. I feel like he pushed hard till the end. I think it's just that racing spirit. You want to kind of test yourself. You want to see if you can hold the pace you wanted to achieve. And Kat will not hold back until she gets closer to the finish. And I think she also looks like she has no problems. Like her legs, everything looks very smooth. And so for her, it's about just trying to push that pace she can.
Yeah, and she's going to probably get about 700 points over Solveig Lovseth as well. So that's really, really big when it comes to that. don't hold me to my math because I'm pretty bad at that. But actually, no, it's like more like 400 points. But still a significant advantage that Kat is going to have when she crosses that finish line.
But again, this is a backup race, assuming everything goes well at Marbella for Kat. She may ultimately, which is crazy to me, she's going to win a Pro Series race and potentially not need these points.
Yeah, no, that it is, and that just shows you how incredibly consistent she is. I think we're going to go down to the hyper ice recovery zone and get our men's interviews.
So here we are, and it's a privilege to always chat to our top 3 athletes in our hyper ice recovery zone. Fabian Kraft, you had the power. Congratulations. Tell me about your day.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was of course a great day. Such a nice atmosphere, such a nice course, but it was also a pretty tough day. I was so done at the top of the climb. I never thought I can finish this at the top spot. So yeah, really happy.
I remember you saying at the press conference that you're not used to being at the press conference, but now you're the first to speak in our hyper ice recovery zone as our champion in See-Kaprun. Very, very tight on the swim. A big bunch of you coming to T2, but you looked like you were a man on a mission when you ran out of T2. You wanted to hurt them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I had a fast transition, and then, yeah, to be honest, the first kilometer felt really awful. So I thought that guys like Lasse will come and catch me. But then I heard from some friends that I have some advantage. And after 5Ks, I felt a lot better. And then I had a nice rhythm, and yeah, then I kept going, and yeah.
A huge congratulations. Keep smiling. We'll see you later as we bring up our second place now, representing Luxembourg. This is a name that you haven't heard a lot of when you've been watching our coverage, but this is somebody we know well here in Europe. Very good on our short course racing, Gregor Payer. What a fabulous day, but my goodness, you had to fight that entire half marathon.
Yeah, true. I mean, Fabi, he went out so strong on the run, and luckily I had Kevin McDowell on the first 15K, I think, and I hope he's good, because afterwards he struggled a lot. I think he came back, he came 6th at the end. So yeah, I struggled also at the end, but I try to enjoy every last step to get to the finish line. Yeah.
Congratulations, that's an awesome second place. We're going to bring up the man who finished just behind you. We got a little Aussie. I'm just wondering. I forgot to bring you a Vegemite sandwich, mate. But anyway, Nick Thompson, lovely to have you with us. I haven't had the pleasure of calling you in Europe, but what a day you've had, mate. And these Europeans showed you a thing or two.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I raced in Europe was Frankfurt a year ago, and I ended up on the ground twice and didn't even make the finish. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy how today played out. It was hard all day, and yeah, I'm just happy to make it over the line on the podium in the end.
You did a fantastic run to do exactly that.
Yeah, my running's been probably my weak point in my career, but I've been working on it, obviously, and although I can't maybe run as quick as the other two guys, I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out today.
There we go, fabulous third place from Australia, Nick Thompson. Shortly, the flower ceremony, and very shortly, we're going to have our top 3 women. What a pro series in See-Kaprun.
Great to hear from our men's podium there, and rounding out the rest of the top 10, Kevin McDowell was 6th, as we know. Chris Leiferman moved up another spot into 7th place. Damien Le Messonnier in 8th. Justice Topper in 9th, and Jonas Hoffman rounded out our top 10 men today. And back to our women's race. Daniela, Kat, still looking pretty fierce at the front of the race.
Yeah, we got 4K to go. Still focusing on the nutrition. I don't know how much carbs she's taking in, but these athletes are taking in on the bike maybe up to 120 to 140 grams per hour. And now Kat, during the run, is most likely around 90 gram. And I love how she just threw back the cup, trying to get no littering. I mean, she was still in the safe zone, so no problems from there. But I think she tried to get a little 3 extra points for for scoring.
Bit of a layback shot there.
Gotta have some fun, right?
Kareem
so
style.
I think she still seems to be in good spirits. That shows it. And yeah, she still looks fantastic.
And the way she took down that ice, down the race kit in the mouth, she's got a couple cubes there in her hands, would tell me that the temperature is definitely rising out there, but you wouldn't know it from her composure and pace.
She's looking quite smooth. And so, yeah, Daniela, if you're a cat, as we look at the Roca race weather, 56 degrees Fahrenheit, so in the sun, maybe it's feeling a little bit warm, but that might have been some old data there. I think Kat's probably a little bit better at her heat retention than that. But, with just 3 or 4K to go, with a Kona build coming, and then we do know that obviously there's implications to Ironman Pro Series, would it be prudent for an athlete to slow a bit, or is it like, no, this is, again, a confidence builder, and we're testing things, improving ourselves?
I can imagine that she's testing herself as long as she's not on the edge with some kind of Achilles or foot problem, and I think that seems like she's have no problem. She looks like very smooth, but you want to be able to test, and I think if she can get that time she had put herself in her head, that can be that confidence boost she's looking for, and she might go a little bit slower in the last K. It looks like it's quite stable, the gap, with a 2:35. But she will test herself. She's the athlete, the kind of athlete who wants to always test herself when she's racing.
Yeah, no doubt that she, again, because she's continuing, like her goal is to be at the top of the biggest races at the World Championship level. So yeah, you got to continue to test and push yourself. And yeah, that's the hard part about, and again, I have no idea of how this actually feels, but I would imagine, and you can speak to this, Daniela, the hard part about being near the top or on the top is that when you get to races that aren't the World Championship, you're going to likely find yourself in the lead, yet you have to keep pushing, because if it's World Championship, something else you need to bring something else to the table. So all the other athletes, like a Nick Thompson, he just tested himself, but he had other people to race against. But, like Kat Matthews right now, she has to kind of race against herself to push that level of racing ability if you want to win a World Championship.
Yeah, I think it's something you learn, but also, you can see she's definitely running with the watch and also checking her times, most likely the kilometer times. So she will have a certain amount of, she will have a certain time she wants to go, and as long as she's not going to that, she won't go to 100%, but she might go to like a good 90, 95 to just still see how it feels and also get that training in, because let's not forget, like this, even that last 3K is still, her body is going to remember that last 3K, and it's a great opportunity to just really go in that hurt box. And the more you do that, the more able you also you're able to do it when you're under pressure.
Yeah, again, this is our last Pro Series race of the regular season before we head into World Championship season. Of course, our men's World Championship, a lot of the names that we'll see feature, not many of them racing here today, but for our women, really a last check-in with how the prep is going, where is the body at, what can we do in the next 6 weeks, what do we need to maybe tweak or change. You're obviously not going to rebuild an entire training program, but you can get guidance on where you need to sharpen up before you head into World Championship. And this is the last opportunity for all of those athletes headed to the World Championship events, either in Nice or in Kona for the women, to see where they're at and to make those modifications before going into the biggest race of the year.
Yeah, that gap seems to be even growing. It's a 2:40 now to Perder as we go back to Solveig Lofseth in third place. Don't have a split on her yet through that 16.5 kilometer mark, but she's running well. We can see she's opened her stride up, and again, she's having a great race. It's just the two athletes in front of her are just on a different level today. And there was particular section of the course, just that climb, is where she lost a lot of time and obviously put a little bit more fatigue into her legs with, as we saw, kind of that over-gearing setup as she was climbing. But Solveig still having a great race out here, running in third place.
Yeah, I think the pressure on her rised very fast. When she did her Ironman debut, everyone was saying, oh, she's going to be the next world champion, and she might actually be. But also maybe we should not forget, like, she just started this year with the 7.3 and Ironman racing, and I think she is still quite young and also new, but she decided to put her effort into the long distance racing, and I think it's a good move and a brave move. And today is not going to define her, but definitely she will. Yeah, like you said, Matt, I think she's showing a great race, and I think she's actually moving quite fast. I think she looks smooth, and she doesn't look like she's struggling. Like she's just. Yeah, Kat is just faster.
We have a split on her through 16.4 kilometers, and she's actually moving faster than Lisa Percher through that last segment. So she is moving well, and one has to wonder if that over-gearing, maybe the lack of forethought to change up the gearing going into this race, how much of an impact that had on her. But I think to the same way that, you know, this is going to be an opportunity for Kat to know that she's in a good place. It's an opportunity for all of our athletes headed to World Championship. You know, hey, maybe I need to freshen up a little bit more, or maybe I need to reconsider this, that, or the other thing. It's a learning experience. So there's no, I don't want to say failure is a strong word because she's, you know, in third place in a major race, but there's no failure in it if you learn and take away from it and are able to redirect your efforts over the course of the next 6 weeks.
No, not at all. And I think if you look at it, she's never raced a difficult or a really challenging 70.3 course. And as you said, Daniela, she's quite new. This is only her 5th 70.3. And that's one of the hard parts when you find a new, gifted, almost transcendent athlete. You start to expect the results that you've seen from them already, right? Like, and we saw that, like, she had an insane result in Hamburg for third place, one Blake Placid, one Yasolo this year. So we're expecting all that, and we're almost acting like a third place is like a bad result. But again, it's only her fifth time, and just 6 or 7 weeks out from Placid, and just a few weeks out from Kona as well. So I think Solveig showing that, as you said, she has the ability to be at the very top, but still has a little bit of learning on the way, as well as she should.
Yeah, well said. I think now Kat 2K to go. I would expect that she's starting to slow down, maybe a kilometer to go when it gets cornery and twisty, to not take any risks, and also to maybe enjoy it a bit. I mean, it's often these athletes, they work so hard. It's these rare moments where you get, the good feeling about it, and also the cheers. And it's these moments to soak in and enjoy. And I think not long now until Kat can also let go a bit and enjoy this moment.
And looking back a further bit in our women's field, Laura Jansen has just gone by Nina Darren to move into 4th place. But those are your top 5 as the women are in the closing kilometers of this Hoka run course at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. It's Kat Matthews, Lisa Percher, Solveig Loveseth, Laura Jansen, and Nina Darren. Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration.
Kat Matthews on the pea gravel. We know that means she's quite close to coming down that red carpet and the finish line, as we can see where she's at on our little run course map at the bottom. We got Lisa Perder on the upper right-hand side of the screen. Lower left is Solveig Lofseth, and lower right is our beautiful surroundings here at Lake Zell. But just the last few kilometers, see Lisa Perder just run past the 19-kilometer mark. So just 2 more K for her, and about 3 more for Solveig Lofseth, and a lot less than that for Kat Matthews.
And another update from our race course, our early swim leader, or one of them in the lead swim pack, Lena Meissner, has dropped from the field. Unfortunately, not her day. She's okay, but she is out of the race. So if you are tuning in to check in on Lena Meissner, she was not able to finish today, as we watch Kat Matthews really picking it up here.
Yeah, she's not messing around. Not messing around. Yeah, as you said, Daniela, testing, right? If you're feeling good and, you know, she's got a few easy days, hopefully, after this, might as well, you know, give it.
One's got to imagine she's visualizing right now, running up, you know, the last couple of miles on the Queen K Highway with, you know, Taylor Knibb on one side and Laura Phillip on the other. You've got to visualize that to be able to push yourself when you're so far out in front in a race like this. But she really wants to test those boundaries and see what's left in the tank.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time, just to kind of get that last push out of yourself. I mean, yeah, it's another opportunity to test if you're strong enough or tough enough. And I mean, Kat, we all know Kat is tough, but sometimes I think she's the only one who's maybe doubting it sometimes, and maybe I think she's proving today again to herself that she's really belongs on the top. And yeah, great race. Only 400 meters to go, so she will be getting into the town soon, where Lisa has a few more K, maybe 1.5 to go now.
Yeah, not long, and but Lisa's still looking smooth. Again, doesn't look like she's slowed down too much as far as that turnover goes. You know, not anything really we can pick apart from Lisa. Having, again, another great day and finishing in front of the woman that bested her at Ironman Lake Placid just a couple months ago. So Lisa Perder on one for sure, but Kat Matthews on a better one as she goes up one of the last little risers, coming close into the downtown section that we saw our men run into not too long ago. And again, not too long ago, literally. She's so quick. She's running up on some of our back marker pro men. And yeah, again, looking at that clock, amazing time for her right now. It's still under 4:07.
Fixing her hair, taking the sunglasses up, making sure she's finish line ready. But yeah, what a performance from Kat today.
And the finish line ready, you gotta. These are things you gotta practice, right, Daniela? You want to win your world championship. You want to make sure you got all. The last thing you want is to have that
Chris
picture
Leiferman
and you're like, Chris
Yeah.
Leiferman's under your shoulder, or your sunglasses are all cockeyed or
Yeah,
whatever.
I think
like,
to have not straight sunglasses is one thing, but to have like some gel hanging down
Yeah,
on your
totally.
face is not the best. Yeah, so just a quick check never hurts.
There you
But
go.
yeah, she's still moving super fast. I think she's maybe trying to really make a statement here. Also, if Laura checks the times on this from this run, that she can give her a little bit of a scare that she's ready for Kona.
Yeah, still, you know, we see her, you know, give a smile every now and again, but she still has that eye of the tiger that we've seen so much from Kat Matthews, just so focused and determined, and we love her resiliency and the fact that she's always pushing for more every time she steps onto a race course, and more is definitely what she got today. This time is going to be a good one, and she's going to get 2,500 points towards that Ironman Pro Series. Again, most likely a backup score, as she has 2,500 already, and would look to get more than that at the 3,000 points possible or up for grabs at Ironman World Championships for 70.3 in Marbella.
Not a bad position to be in, to be holding 2,500 points in reserve if you should need it. Kat, of course, sitting in second place overall in our Pro Series standings behind Jackie Herring at the moment. So it will all come down to World Championship events.
Yeah, and Jackie Herring's got one more race scored, another race in there, so she will, Kat will move up into first place today with this result, and well-deserved as she takes, as we know, this last left-hand corner onto the cobbles and onto the straightaway, and pretty soon, that red carpet.
Might be a record, actually, the course record, most likely.
That's right. Kat had an outstanding swim this morning. She was at the back end of the lead pack of swimmers, led out onto the bike and took the lead in the early going. She had a little bit of a scare from Lisa Percherer on the bike at the bottom of the descent, but got out onto the run and showed that she was the one in charge. She will be your 2025 Ironman 70.3 Zell MC champion, Kat Matthews.
Yeah, great race from her. She's happy now. She's smiling. I'm glad to see that. Definitely great.
She finally let that smile out, and it's a well-deserved one as well. And I think, let's see, with that Wahoo Element Rival split coming up here shortly, but definitely know she's going to be under that course record time. I believe was 4:17. From Carolyn Pohl, but her time there, 4:08.50. Finished off with a 1:19.43 as we're back to Lisa Perter as she takes a left-hand corner. She's got a few more to go, but about 10 minutes off of the course record. That's not bad.
That's a good day at the office.
That's ridiculous.
Let's keep in mind, too, last year was not, I believe, a wetsuit swim, but, I mean, again, that's not that big a differential, so all around, just an amazing performance from Kat Matthews today.
But also from Lisa. I mean, her race performance, absolutely fantastic. Great performance overall. I think she did great in the swim, had a super strong bike, maybe the most surprising for me, that she could reach up to Kat, and also great run.
Yeah, and you've got to have a lot of confidence going into both world championships. If not only can you, it almost means more the fact that she wasn't able to keep up with Kat and then was able to get back up to her than always just hanging on the whole time. So I think that shows a lot. There's not many athletes that can, quote unquote, bridge up to a Kat Matthews when she's on a day that's going to set up a bike course record and an overall course record. But Lisa Perter did do that today, and hopefully she realizes that, and she's such a positive athlete. She's going to feel good about this event and be pretty excited about a second place. And you rarely see her without a smile, and I think that smile is going to burn pretty bright today.
It's also great to see how Kat is enjoying the fans. I mean, she's been training in Austria for a bit. I saw her on Instagram that she enjoys a good Kaiserschmarrn. And I think it seems like she really fall in love with the country a bit, and almost feeling, maybe it felt a little bit like a home race for her as well.
Yeah, I mean, what was sort of a decision out of necessity. She had said pre-race that her home pool was shut for a period of time, and they really needed to get out of Dodge, and just made the decision to come on over here and set up training camp here in Austria and take on this race in the meantime. So great decision.
For sure, and she's playing up to the hometown crowd. I saw her grab a flag there as she was turning around that corner, so she knows how to do it. She's practicing as well for that finish line, Danielle, and I think she's going to do it pretty well. But we're looking right now at Solveig Lofset in third place again, having a good day and building into it. She might end up having a faster run split than Lisa Perter. I would almost bet on it. But I think these are the more important race days, Daniela, where you don't feel great, yet you're able to come back from it a little bit and really push to the finish and show that you are that same athlete. The legs that you were able to pull out of the drawer in the morning weren't the very top end ones, as we see Lisa Perter, who did pull out the good legs out of the drawer this morning.
Yep, the hometown girl from Austria is going to come home in second place here in Zell MC. Lisa Percher.
Yeah, this is going to be big for her. Definitely what an amazing feeling if you can have such a performance in front of your home crowd. It's always special. And you can see on your face, like she definitely left everything out there, pushed really hard, and also looks like she's, very emotional as well about her day.
Legs a little wobbly under her, understandably so, trying to get the legs under her after that incredible performance. She gave Kat all she could on the bike and just didn't quite have it to hold pace on the run, but she will finish 3 minutes 46 seconds back of our champion, Kat Matthews, and back to Solveig Løvseth, who didn't look super great on the climb, but has really rallied and is turning in a great run performance here to land herself ultimately on the third step of that podium.
Yeah, and I will say, Didi, 346 behind Kat Matthews on a good day is a ridiculously good result. You know, if she could, she could choose to be 345 behind Kat at the World Championships here in a few months. You know that she'd be within the top 5. So an amazing result for her, and she's enjoying that. We can see on the upper right-hand side of the screen with Solveig Løvseth on the left getting the work done. And again, she could have the option too of mailing it in. She's got a big gap on the athlete behind her. She knows she's not going to catch the athlete in front of her, but she also is testing, but she's testing something different. How good can I be at the end of a race when I didn't feel good at some point in that race?
Yep.
And I think, Solveig is showing herself something. Because, again, we're talking about her trying to win a world championship, and she's only done, this will be her 5th 70.3, right? And her 3rd Ironman will be Kona in a few weeks' time. So she needs this experience, right? Like, and she's gaining from every race she gets, the good and the bad.
It almost looks like she's speeding up. Like maybe she needs to do another, other lap. That can be when you're in Ironman training that you feel maybe not having that leg speed you need for a 70.3. But she's definitely in good shape. She showed already this year, and today coming back strong with looking actually quite smooth on the run. Definitely proves that she's a fighter and that she's still on for the big stage on the World Championship. And 3rd today is pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, Daniela, I just got word down on the course, and I told the course to make sure they tell her that she has to do another lap. Daniela said so.
No, let's not be mean. It's not even. They need to have the same rest, right?
This is true. But, I think you're right. I think she is improving her pace, and looks like she's going to end up running a little faster than Lisa did in 2nd place, but not by much. And she's on that red carpet. And coming across the finish line in 3rd place, gutsy race from her today. 3rd place finisher at Ironman 70.3, Zell See-Kaprun, is Solveig Løvseth.
Her face kind of says a little bit to me. There's a smile finally, congratulating the women ahead of her. Doesn't look like she was thrilled with the performance on the day, but I think a great learning experience for her. She's had a lot on her plate with Lake Placid just a few weeks ago, heading into the World Championship. 3rd place for Solveig Løvseth.
Oh. Sorry.
Yes, it's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
We're back at the finish line here at Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun. I believe that is Duran coming across the finish line as we get a split up of Wahoo Element rival champion Kat Matthews run time 1:19.43. Again, very, very fast on this course with the fatigue in the legs from that bike ride.
Absolutely, and of course we saw Nina Darren across the line there in 5th. During break there, we had Laura Jansen come in 4th, so our top 5, Kat Matthews, Lisa Percher, Solveig Lovsev, Laura Jansen, and Nina Darren. We're going to take it down to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone with our women's champion, Kat Matthews.
In our Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, Kat Matthews. I'm running out of superlatives, but I remember last week a post of yours on Instagram where you said you trained to the point of failure, and look at you now.
To be honest, that's something that's quite new to me, but I've been doing it all year, and it's clearly paying off a little bit.
Tell us about your day. It looked like a very, very close and tight race, but once you got on the run, you just disappeared.
That's very kind. To be honest, one of my sort of goals, which I failed again today at, was just don't look back. And I kept looking back, and I kept thinking about other people, and it was like, no, this is a, for me, it was just like a total race just for myself. So I always feel happy on the run.
I have one last question for you. All eyes for you now are solely on Kona.
Yes, absolutely. And then, the bonus race in Marbella afterwards.
There we go. That is your champion. Absolutely crushed the course. Well done, Kat Matthews. We got our second place. We're in Austria, and it's red, white, red Austria for Lisa Petre, 3-time Olympian. 6th place last year, but what a comeback this year, Lisa.
I mean, I finished 2nd, but for me it feels like a win. It's on home race, having like this great day. I mean, I couldn't wish for a better day, and I'm still out of breath. It's kind of dog, like it's a sign like how I was on the limit for the last 4.5 hours. Yeah.
Well, a huge congratulations to our second place. Dankeschön, Lisa. We bring up our 3rd position now. Solveig Løvseth from Norway. Solveig, I'm used to seeing a very different expression on your face on the finish line, and today it was one of, oh my goodness, that hurt.
Yeah, I had a very good swim, so I was really happy with that, and I was thinking like, yeah, this is a good day, and then it only went downward from there really. So yeah, it was at least 3 hours where I was just on my limit the whole time, and I felt like I had to dig really deep, but unfortunately that didn't really result in speed today, just in pain.
Well, even if you have to dig that deep, and if you're having not a bad day, 3rd place in this women's field is amazing.
Yeah, I'm really happy with 3rd place. Just wish I was a bit closer, and also, of course, I compare with like what I have run in the earlier races this year and stuff like that. So I definitely didn't have my best day, but I'm happy that I just pushed through, and I really feel like I got out the best I had today. And I'm also really just taking with me that the swim was good, because that's what I have struggled the most with this season so far. So you just have to, I almost can't talk, just have to find something positive. And also I did 3 laps on the run.
3 lap bands, but I don't know about
It's
3
actually
laps.
from Lake Placid.
Oh, you brought it all the way from Lake Placid. How about that?
I had it in my hair, and suddenly had 3 around my hand because it fell out, and I was just like. So if I hadn't done I would have won.
She's had a lot of caffeine.
I know you said only one question, but that is TV gold. Well done. Thank you, Solveig. Congratulations, men's champion Fabian Kraft, women's champion Kat Matthews, racing in a postcard. This is Ironman 70.3 Zell See-Kaprun Salzburger Land at What a Pro Series. Every second did matter. Back to you.
It certainly did. Thanks, Paul. And yeah, she had enough energy left for a fantastic interview. She's great.
And she did. She took Daniela's advice. She ran a 3rd lap.
Yeah, yeah, right in there. We didn't see it. That's why she was behind. I was at 3rd lap. But great interviews from our top 3 women, listening to what they went through on the day. Definitely a range of emotions and things learned out of that race today. But great performances by all the 3 nonetheless.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Zell MC is brought to you by Brightleg. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Bulldog, man's best friend.
Amazing shot over Lake Zell. And yeah, again, postcard for sure. And we're going to go down here in just a few seconds to our women's podium. Watch those athletes in a bit of a celebration for their great performances for the day.
Absolutely. This has been a wonderful race here today at Lake Zell in Zell am See, just south of Salzburg. And you can see for yourself what a stunning venue this is. So definitely put this one on your bucket list. It is, as Paul K said, like racing in a postcard. It's been a spectacular race today, challenging course, but historically like fast times, course records falling all over.
And let's go down to our women's podium presentation.
And in third place for our women today with a great swim, she swam 25:28. She biked 2:21:18 and ran 1:23 even. Solveig Løvseth.
And your second place finisher, hometown-ish race for her, is Lisa Purder. Amazing bike ride, able to swap turns and get up and bridge that gap to Kat Matthews and hang on that run, proving that she deserves to be at the very pointy end of every race that she enters. Lisa Purder.
And of course, your women's champion. She swam 25:21, biked 2:17:52 for a course best, ran 1:19:43, overall time 4:08:50 for Kat Matthews. She will take home 2,500 points in the Ironman Pro Series for her victory today.
Kat just said they're beautiful. She's pretty excited about those flowers. Great. She's got such a great attitude. Again, you don't see a smile really on the race course at all. She's all business, but once she's done, she's about having a good time.
Strategizing. Do we dump? Polite? Do we drink? What do we do? We cheers.
They're probably
cheers.
too cold.
Might be too cold. You're right, Daniela. Look at that. There's your women's podium. Solveig Lofseth, Lisa Purder, and Kat Matthews.
Kat's not sure she wants to dump that.
No.
I think she wants to keep it. Or give it to her husband. He likes beer too.
He certainly does. He certainly does.
And what great trophies for our women's podiums here today. Our 14th stop in the Ironman Pro Series, and we are getting to the business end of the season. Next up will be World Championship Racing. The women not till October, the men in just a couple of weeks' time. And as our women finish their celebration,
timely shot.
Christian Blumenfeld racing today.
Oh, good one.
Sorry.
Yeah, another athlete that gave it their all and perfectly timed by our camera crew. You're welcome, everybody. But no, I mean, it is awesome to see these athletes as the pros or the age groupers all pushing themselves to the very limit of what they're capable of. And back down to our men's podium, we had third place, breakthrough 70.3 performance for Nick Thompson. Second place, Gregory Payette, and dominant once we hit the run was Fabian Kraft. Your men's athletic brewing podium here at Ironman 70.3 Zell MC Kaprun. Pretty good looking men's podium. Making sure they get their glamour shots as well.
And let's take a look at our results on the day as we see that coveted finisher medal for the race here in our men's race. Fabian Kraft, Gregor Payette, Nick Thompson, Lasse Prester, Cameron Main, Kevin McDowell fell to 6th. Chris Leverman worked his way into 7th. Justice Topper in 9th. Jonas Hoffman in 10th. And Jonathan Waffe in 11th.
There you go. We can see the points implications there on the right. And then on the women's side with 2,500 points, Kat Matthews with Lisa Purder in 2nd. Solveig Lofseth in 3rd. Laura Jansen in 4th. Nina Durham strong race today in 5th place. Daisy Davies in 6th. Charlene Clavel in 7th. Lillian DeVisson in 8th. Marta Legowick in 9th. And Beck Clark holding on to 10th place. But Didi, amazing racing from both our men's and women's field. And again, implications into our Ironman Pro Series. Nothing really changed in the men's. Actually, the 10th place, Dominic Soaja moved up into 10th. Again, that's 5 races scored for him compared to 4 from some of the other athletes. So not too much change on the men's side, but the women's side, a little different.
Women's side, Kat Matthews moves into 1st place with Solveig Lofseth into 2nd. Lisa Purcher moves into 3rd place, and Laura Jansen moves into 3 spots up into the top 10, sitting now in 8th place, as the women will now focus on the Ironman World Championship in October.
What a great day of racing today, Didi and Daniela, across both men's and women's fields. Just some amazing performances. Some maybe we didn't expect, and some we probably would have picked.
Yeah, definitely lots of records broken. Great race from Kat, also Lisa, and maybe Solveig with the smile still at the end, very positive, and also the men, very inspiring. Fabian Kraft dealing well with the pressure and breaking that 1:10 with a fantastic performance.
Yeah, very, very well said. And yeah, Didi, pretty good stuff across the board, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for watching Ironman 70.3 Zell MC.
Yeah, we can watch all on-demand replays of Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusively in the U.S. and Canada. You can sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, watch at proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global distributors. The next Ironman Pro Series broadcast is in just a couple weeks on September 14th, and I'd say it's a pretty big one, the 2025 Ironman World Championship men's race taking place in Nice, France. Stay tuned to Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting pre-race buildup. Until then, I'm Matt Lieto for Didi Griesbauer and Daniela Reif. Thanks so much for tuning in.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.